1 second. Hang on. Launchpad McQuack. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, you know, today's just like any other day. I'm drawing real art. This is what we artists like to call real art. And hope that you support the creation of real art, none of that fake stuff. I don't know what that was, but don't worry about it. I did want to talk about something today. something kind of serious. It's you know, it's nothing that everyone hasn't been talking about a lot. The Jorge AI thing, like people have been talking about it nonstop, but I still feel like I have something I want to say. Like a few things are on my mind. Yeah, I don't know. Here's a drawing I did of Jorge. Jorge destroying Punky Dog in a shredder because it was a fast food baby. He didn't really care about it that much. He was like, you know what? It's fine. It's canceled. You guys can cancel him. we can blame him. If you don't know what I'm talking about, there's an artist named Jorge Gutierrez. He's made a million thingies, but the only thing I really liked was his El Tigre show. And I really liked that show. Like, it was a long time ago, but I really liked that show, and I think, I don't believe in dogpiling onto him. I don't think it's, it's not like his fault. He's not Sauron. He's just wearing the ring. He just was tempted by the AI thing. But he did get a lot of backlash, and I personally had a problem with something he said. But it also it's like, this is good because now I have the perfect understanding of it. I have the ultimate understanding of it, and I think now I can make the perfect case against AI, at least enough to convince myself. So he replied saying that he was canceling the show, but also that people use AI everywhere and you don't realize it. Well, I think they used it here, and I think I do realize it. I don't know that they used it here, but it's got an AI-ness to it. I can't put my finger on what it is. I think it's just the formulaicness of the it feels like it was drawn by a person, but like the AI kind of made some of the big decisions on it. Gotta go by Great job, by the way. Thank you. I had the Dog of Wisdom playing on loop to fall asleep. I don't understand why he would consider making an AI show when he has enough money to make humans work for him. Well, here's the problem. It's only people like him who will get excited about making a whole show with AI because he is in that unique position to have people work for him. And he's been in that position for so friggin' long that he feels constrained by it. And that's such shit, but you know, I can't help but have a little bit of sympathy. It's like, man, imagine achieving your dream and then just getting bored of it. You know, like I feel a little sorry if that's you. Because for most people, for most artists who spend their lives breaking their butts, having people work for you would be a blessing, you know. But you know, they wouldn't know what it's like to live with that for 20 years. So to the big name studio guy, it's like, yo, you should see what AI can do. Blah blah blah. It's much faster than waiting for all these human artists to da da da. And you know, that appeals to no one at the studio but the guy. So you, the artist, were just a means to an end. All of the Korean sweatshop workers were just a means to an end. I think people should be criticizing that more. I don't think we're getting enough of that. Like, you know, my big sister, who is much smarter than I am, told me this, that you know, she's just like 4 years ahead of me. She's 4 years older, and she knows things 4 years before I do. She was the one who told me that animation or art is about the process. I mean, I figured it out, but then she told me that she knew this already. And what she said about the AI thing, the AI show thing, is that we've already been going in this direction for many years. That we've already handed off the work a long time ago, and we've outsourced it. The work has already been outsourced. The majority of work in animation is outsourced. What that means is Americans don't feel like paying for it, so they ship it to another country that does it for cheaper. And that's why we have so many stiff CalArts fucking bath toy looking whatevers on TV, just like with barely any animation, because it's the cheapest, most corner cutting, like, and it's been this way for decades. But yeah, real art is also, I think, a little difficult for me to nail down, because, like, you know, I think this is real art, what I'm making, but maybe not. Maybe I'm just making corporate schlock. Maybe I'm just making a stupid call-out post that it's really just for my own satisfaction. I mean, I do want to talk about this. I feel like I will probably talk about it again in the future. I'm just trying to find the exact wording of it, because and I need some people in the chat to help, because I feel like I wanna make a like a proper, like, succinct statement about this, I guess. It's like something art is the process. Like that, in that vein. I mean, you know, I already drew this sketch before you saw it, but I'm coloring it now. So that's part of the process too. And I'm just coloring it like with this. I'm not even coloring it with the fill tool. You know, the fill tool, which is like the 30 years ago version of AI. It's even older than that now. You don't need that. Make it for real. Make real art. I could zoom out and make it a bigger brush. I can do that if I wish. Do I wish it? Sure. Let's wish it for once as a treat. I'm the law in these parts. So, Jorge, I think we should leave him alone. I think maybe he deserves a bit of grace at best, and maybe he's too dangerous to interact with at worst. Uh, you know, he did apologize, but would you immediately go work for him? I you know, I don't know if he should have apologized because like the people who are hounding him are not doing it in good faith at all. I think that those people are just hunting humans for sport. I think they do it to me. I think that they have no actual morality. It's all just entertainment. And I'm, telling you to please lay off of Jorge because he's really just a cog in a big evil machine, and he's now being ground up in the works. And maybe that has to happen, but I don't think what people say to him or about him is justice. I think it is just cruelty and entertainment, acceptable targets. Like this is somebody that he made work that you admired. So like at the very best, can't you just leave him alone? That would be the kindest thing to do. Especially, it would also be kind to yourself to leave him alone because there is that chance that he could be really dangerous person to be around. I don't know about that. I guess it's just like he seems kind of, if he's not an asshole, he's totally out of it. While he's like in the industry, he doesn't seem to have noticed that the people in the industry don't really like this AI crap. I mean, he doesn't have to listen to them. He can make it alone in his basement with AI. But like, if you're in the industry, it's kind of a collaborative thing. But like, there's more to it than that. I think that's never been my reason, and it's also not been my reason that it's extremely wasteful. Because while I've also like likened it to rendering, which can also be extremely wasteful. My real reason for not using it is because I can't control it. I don't have my people say pick up a pencil. I mean, yeah, I should because I actually have control when I do that. And I'm actually not even using a pencil, I'm using a mouse. If you really want to be a real artist who makes real art, don't even use a fucking pen. That's too easy. Um, oh my god, I love art. I love making art. And it's sad that someone like Jorge seems to have gotten tired of it. Um, it's like I don't hate him for using AI. It's just that when you use AI for something that you can do without it, it's like you're not enjoying the process of making it. So it's almost like it's not art. I mean, it isn't art. Not truly. I mean, it looks like his drawings, but like I said about this, even this has a kind of like generated look to it. Um, I don't like you if you're going after Jorge because you're not attacking the real issue. Um, I think he deserves a little bit of respect, even if he seems kind of dumb. or something for using AI. I mean, I've used it. I've experimented with it, but ultimately decided that it's frustrating to not have that control over it. You know, like if it really understood me, that would be better, but it would also be creepier because it's like computers don't really understand. They're not even really designed to understand. Computer is just a clock. I don't know, like there's that cartoon I'm always quoting, computer, do. And it's like this guy who's like a caveman is using a computer to generate art, and he's like, I'm a genius. And it's like, yeah, that's not I mean, I don't know, I guess that's his creative process, but for someone who makes art, you're taking away the process. I guess it makes sense if you're looking at animation as purely a product and an industry tool for making profit. What I'm working on right now is my fucking art. Can I make money from it? You bet your boots I could. You know, I'll make an NFT and sell it for $1 million. No, I shouldn't do that. But you know, it has value beyond monetary value, and that's where its monetary value comes from. Its monetary value should only be a fraction of its true value, though. A piece of art is a piece of life. This is what I'm trying to get to. Okay, he said something about babies. He said something about producing babies in like a minute. He's like, this AI stuff, it's like you have sex and then they hand you the baby. It's like, oh great, we don't have to wait 9 months for a baby. So wow, fast food baby. I get a fast food baby, a baby that was just like shatted out. That, you know, I've had many different opinions about this AI stuff, but this is the first time I've felt the insult to life itself rearing its ugly head. It's like I don't know if I would completely dismiss it. It's just this is completely wrong to try and replace yourself, to try and replace your artists, to try and replace art. The process. It's just a process on a computer now. It's just 100% a product if you're doing that. Art has value beyond its monetary fucking use. Like, holy shit. I'm alive right now, and one day I'll be gone and this art will still be here. It's reflective of life. If you didn't actually make the art, then it's not art. I don't know. Show me this in 25 years when I've become just like Jorge and I've decided to circumvent the artistic and creative process in pursuit of more money. Because I don't think I think what I'm saying is making sense. Life is, there is not a shortcut to life. We're talking about producing a baby. We're talking about developing a baby inside of a woman. It's like you don't want to nurture the woman while the baby is being developed. Like you don't want to keep that safe. You don't want to have something to care for or care about. I don't know. Like I really don't think it's Jorge we should be focusing on. I think it's just a great quote about, you know, it's about the worst thing you could say, but also the most true and succinct. It is like that. It's like cheating the whole process of life. It's like they handed you a baby. And like you could say this quote whether or not you like or dislike AI, and it would be the same. I think you could say whether you oppose it or if you're all for it. this, which is why it's interesting that he's all for it, because this uh it's not, you know, it's just really revealing about the technology that it's opposed to life itself. It is a shadow of art. uh I could probably name a few uses for it, but yeah, I just don't know. I can't say it's like, oh yeah, oh yeah, we'll buy that. We'll find a use for it. I agree. Gen AI is cheating and a bane on the art world. I mean, I've used it for something, and I kind of think it's still my art. But I think you have to envision it. You have to execute it in order for it to be your art. It's it's like you have to grind out everything you make. I do feel that way. Maybe not everything needs to be done the hard way, like how I decided to switch to a bigger brush for this big field, but like that's just switching to a bigger brush. If you want to use AI to paint broad strokes, I'm not going to judge you for it. I'm mostly just going to feel sorry for you for wasting your time and energy and money on the AI to find out that's not even a good enough assistant. But I think that's also something everybody should do. It's better than feeling like you don't know what it's capable of and worrying about it. Everyone pretends they've never used. Yeah, give me a break. You should use it, even if you don't like it. I think you should try it, because there is not a good enough idea of how it really works. You can at least acquaint yourself with it. I mean, don't expose yourself to terrible AI generated crap if you don't want to. I'm just saying it's a good idea, I think, to know what it can do. I mean, in my feeling, you can get a better result out of it if you give it like a smarter prompt. But I'm not gonna tell you that you're in control. I don't think you are. I think aesthetically it's in control. It's a little different for Jorge because his shit was made from a model based on his own art. So I don't know. But I don't know. You could also make that in Blender, and then you'd have more work to do, but you'd also have less boring work in Blender. I think it's really boring to sit there trying to come up with the right prompt, and that's a total waste. I think that also does factor in. I said it didn't factor in, but it does. But it's part of the same problem that I don't have that control over it. So like when I generate something that I think is like, oh yeah, that's what I want. This is a good description of what I think should be. It's like, well, it's not going to generate it the way I would generate it. So I'm going to get something that goes straight into the garbage, just like Punky Duck. It was headed towards the garbage. That's where it was destined. And he's got his like pointy hat or something. I'm not even saying my art is so much better. I think we're all equal in our, pursuit for the divine. I'm not thinking hard enough about this gradient. Let's see, red, orange. There we go. Now we're talking. Yeah, I don't mean to smear him. I mean, I don't think I could even any worse than he could, Because I'm just thinking about the quote because it's so true. It is just like they hand you a baby, and I think that's an insult to life itself. I don't know. I don't. Uh, I can't say, oh yeah, you should still use AI, because like I don't know, this whole thing, this AI show initiative is creepy. It's like they're trying to use people like Jorge and their fame to promote their terrible shit, like their insults to life itself, and like try to twist it so it's like, no, it's actually cool. It's actually his art. But like then he's just like so quickly distanced himself from it. How is that his art? And I was still interested in seeing what it looked like. I wanted to see how it moved. I was curious about it. It's like we've heard so fucking much about this stupid thing. It's like, let's see it. And now we'll never fucking see it. So we can only imagine it'll be even better in 2 years. I mean, I think AI had potential. I think it did have potential. I think I said it had potential. I think I was right. It's just that the potential was very small. It's like, something where Mario throws Luigi out the window or whatever. It's like everybody pretended not to think that was funny. It's like, I to hear AI has potential now is like to hear someone like Jorge has potential. Like, sure he does, but he's also just like somebody who already lived out a lot of their potential. He's already masterfully created animations in his style, and what more could you need? I mean, I'm not saying he hasn't. I don't even know if he's created his greatest work. Uh, I'm not even saying that, but I don't know. He's been plugged into the studio system for so long, and it's led to him just like, I don't know, shitting on the whole idea of the studio. It's like, I don't know, it's also feels kind of sexist in a way, like, here's how we can make children of men. Like, we don't even need chicks. Well, I don't know if he was thinking that, but it certainly sounds like you would get rid of women if you could. Um, God, it's like having sex and they hand you the baby. It's like there's no more of what makes it art if that's the fact. Like, I don't know. I think not everybody realizes this. It's all about the process. All about it. Like the art is the process. This is sage wisdom. Like, this is the most important thing you'll hear all year. I have, I preach a message of peace, of leave Jorge alone. Leave him alone. He's a human. It's true, he is. He's not AI. Don't treat him like he's a fucking enemy in House of the Dead. He has feelings, and you could hurt them, and he could get horrible revenge. I don't know if he will. He seems, easygoing enough, but why should you test him? I'm just criticizing what he said. I'm leaving him alone. If he holds a grudge for that, then I don't know. But I guess artificial wombs would get rid of one gender, and artificial insemination would get rid of the other. No more people. Oh my god. No more people, yeah. But yeah, you know, this art is not like my greatest work or anything, but it's 100% real. Also, this is not working very well. I'm going to restart Flash. So, what do you hate about your job? Um, being broke, I guess. It's you know, being an independent artist, it's very expensive to live. You don't get paid well by Amazon MGM. Let's see. But like, I'm at the risk of sounding like a snob, I think I'm a real artist. I don't think I'm a phony baloney. You know, I went to college, and you know, I took real art courses. I learned painting. I learned color theory. I learned, you know, I didn't learn anatomy. That's my problem. But I learned a lot of shit, and well, I think what I make is real art, no matter what. Could that change one day? I mean, if I let a computer do like a facsimile of me, maybe. I mean, anyone can choose to use AI. It doesn't matter how much they rag on it. They'll end up using it anyway. Jorge is one of those people, which is why I don't trust people who are just like attacking Jorge. They're next. They're gonna be next in a few years. I don't trust bullies. It's just bullying, and they actually admit it's bullying. They're like, bullying works. Bullying does not work. How horrible. What a horrible thing to say. You think bullying will ever make him realize these things that I'm trying to say about how I don't know, like I don't think people even understand what is so wrong about that. It's an insult to life itself. I don't think Jorge should be picked on more, but I think it deserves more examination. The quote. It's like, why should you skip the process? Okay, so I've come around on the Lasseter quote about about sanding. Um, so he would say, at Pixar we sand underneath the cabinets. You know, like they add detail where no one can even see. Why do they do that? I was like, I don't know, because he's a slave driver. Because they you know, they're just like, do that, do more work for no reason. So, you know, keep you in good shape. But I've come around a little. maybe that's still true, but I have come around a bit. Like, no, that's not why. They do it because they love it. They do it because it's good. They sand under the cabinets because that's a good thing. It's like, how many times does it happen to you when you make something in 3D for one purpose, and then when you need to like show the underneath of it, it's like, oh right, I didn't do it. So it actually sometimes is easier to do more work, and it's relaxing. You get to feel like you've given birth to that thing, which brings us right back to the comment. This comment has really helped me understand why AI is bad. I've also dabbled with it. I was also like, hey guys, look what I did. And I you know, I don't really feel ashamed. I'm just like, that's not good enough. It's like, it's not my job to see what it can do, because that's just for some stock bullshit. Once the bubble pops, I'm sure people will find interesting uses for it, but feel like even if you were to find a cool effect that you could do with it, it's like, it's still AI. We're still in the bubble. Like, annoying. It's annoying that it's good. I don't know. There's so many arguments, so many bullshit arguments. It's gonna make art possible for people with no hands or feet. Or I guess so. But like, the thing is, when you generate something, you didn't actually look at the entire thing. So like the like, you glance at it and you think, yeah, that looks great. You post it without looking at the entire image, and there's all this shit you didn't intend. And it's like, what's with all these errors? What's with all this fucked up shit? Is anything I'm saying making sense? Because I have sympathy for him. I think everybody should be able to test what its bounds are without being criticized. I mean, I guess that's not the same as what he did. He made a show, with a big $1 trillion company. There's that clip of Miyazaki looking at some weird zombie AI test thingy, and famously said, "I strongly believe that this is an insult to life itself." And he also said that it reminded him of his friend who had some sort of ailment, and one of the things he said to those software developers was, "Whoever makes things like this doesn't know what pain is." At the time when I watched that clip, I kind of just thought he was like riffing. You don't know what pain is. This is an insult to life itself. But the more I think about it, the closer it seems to being true. It's like, yeah, he that isn't just a reaction. He's right. It is an insult to, I don't know, like, there's all kinds of techniques you could use to make your animations, and I'm all for people experimenting and doing unorthodox things. It's just that, like, well, first of all, that was never going to work that way. If you make a technology, an artist will pick it up and use it. You can't present it to an artist hoping for them to say, yeah, I'll use this, because that's not their process. You've also said that maybe their process is an unnecessary burden, an inconvenience. And it's like, don't you know this old motherfucker doesn't have anything in his life to be proud of except animation? No, I guess they wouldn't know that because they work in a different field. But you know, they're trying to make tools for the animation business, and they don't know what pain is. there's gotta be a way they can understand it better, right? Because I think I'm making fun of Jorge, but I'm also not saying that the things I believe I just began to believe. Like last year, it felt true for the first time that it's all about the process. This happened to me just less than a year ago. It was a few months ago that I realized this. So it's not fair to assume everyone should know this. I had this realization from a bad place, and people like him seem to be in an okay place. The wisdom always comes from a dark place. This is some of the most important wisdom, I think. I'm making a cheese wheel with cowboy boots posing in front of a sunset. This is art, baby. This is art, damn it. And it's not art because I fucking prompted it. It's art because I lived it. I lived, bitch. I lived and you lived with me. You watched me do it. I proved that I made it by showing you it. You know, you can't accuse me of AI. I mean, yeah, maybe you can accuse me of AI faking the entire thing, but it's easier than you think to tell. You could always tell. This, all right. Let's do a poll. First of all, I must congratulate him on the name because that's cute. Chihuahua, silly, but you know, and I do like his art style, but there's something about this poster that still just like makes it like really flattened, and not in the good way. I guess you know, it might have like a sort of Vivzy popness to it, where there's like two characters that kind of look like each other right next to each other. All right, so here's the poll. Did they use AI to make this image? Let's see. They used AI. They didn't use AI. AI. It just looks involved. Wait, AI was involved, or it just looks AI? AI was involved. I feel like that's redundant. I'll just have the three options. All right, here's the poll. Did they use AI in the iChihuahua? Did they use AI to make the iChihuahua poster? They used AI. They didn't use AI. It just looks AI. AI is like a parasite in the internet. It's in everything. Well, yeah, I mean, there's annoying fake accounts everywhere that just like reply random bullshit like, why would anyone want that? What a ridiculous thing to post. No one cares. Like, I don't know if you've seen shit like that before, but that's what I'm imagining. Like, AI is everywhere. It's just like some stupid fucking robot losing their shit for no reason. People are saying they used AI. They're saying it just looks AI. No one's saying they didn't use AI. Yeah, I would have a hard time believing there was zero AI used because, like, can some of you guys show your work? Because I feel like we need to we need to go a little beyond it just kind of looks AI. Like, why does it look AI? It's the composition, right? You prompted the composition at the very least. You said Chihuahua surrounded by villains, and it gave you the placement, right? And then maybe you prompted it a second time with models of the actual characters. I don't know. My what I would wonder about it is if it's is AI cheaper in some ways? Like let's say you were to simulate something, right? Let's say you had water or something like that. Um what you have to generate it with Blender. So to generate it with AI, to evoke the AI could even be like a less intensive process, because they already have an idea of the. I have no idea how you could measure that. I guess I really fucking hate doing simulations. So AI is tempting to think, but like the problem is that, like, if you look at any AI thing where there's liquid, it's always fucked up. You could never trust it. You can never rely on it to give you a good result. Or if you maybe throw away 1,000 other generations, you get one good one, which is stupid. I'd rather learn how to make the simulation, because then at least I'd be able to replicate it instead of just like being at the mercy of the prompt. Like, the thing is, like, even if you get good at prompting something, they'll just update the model and change it on you. You won't be good anymore. Skills just lost. And it's a terrible skill. So you probably didn't want to have it in the first place. I mean, if I could create an AI model from the ground up with my own art and my own understanding of English, that might be interesting. It's just to create my own model would be a lot of energy too, and if you train that shit yourself, you're gonna see how much it costs in the electric bill. Nobody makes AI anything really thinks about it, because the cost is always being offloaded, or whatever the word is. The cost is being offset by the bullshit stock price. So it's actually incredibly costly, but we're not thinking about that because of all the fuckus monopoly money it supposedly stands for. I don't think AI can prompt that many characters. Yeah, I mean, you can still generate them individually. Something you could do, and something maybe even I would do, is if you draw a red rectangle over something in an image, you can like have it recreate just that area. You know, I was saying, as an example, I would maybe use AI to make it so somebody could bite into a turkey leg, because that's just like, that might not be a fun process of animating that. But on the other hand, can I really trust the AI to do what I want? Absolutely not. So I haven't even been thinking that. I've been thinking I'll just figure out how to do it brute force by hand. Is it because I love work? Yes, maybe. I'm not sure. I think I am, in a way, I am lazy, like some of these generator people. Like, look, I'm cheating right now. I'm just copying and pasting. I'm just like dragging with the alt key held down. That's cheating. But, you know, everybody chooses their difficulty. I don't think you should really criticize someone for choosing their difficulty, because they're not gonna like do what you want. They're not gonna be the kind of artists you want them to be. And I think that's really messed up to try and, I don't know, try and shape people by bullying them. You think bullying me led to this? You think you did this? Anyway, I'm pretty sure that image uses AI, and I'm pretty sure everybody fucking knows it. So one of the ways he responded was saying like, well, you know, everyone uses AI and nobody knows. It's like, we can tell. I think we can mostly tell, actually. Which is, you know, a little bit reassuring. This film was canceled and then brought back, so I guess that means that somebody brought it back with corners cut. I use AI for references. I'm not a real artist because I use AI and I use chatbots. I mean, I don't think that using AI automatically disqualifies you as an artist. If you're using it to make all your art, it might, but I think it mostly just makes you a bad artist. And like, people can tell there's something wrong with an image even when it's like perfectly cromulent looking. Personally, I only use AIs and chatbots because I don't have friends. I mean, I'm not gonna say I haven't done the same thing. An AI can be very, you know, it could be a very attentive and loyal friend. It's not a, you know, it's not a human life though. So it will ultimately leave you sad that, like, you know, even if you make your AI friend happy, it doesn't feel it. You know, I think some of the time you can use AI to like have someone to yell at. It also doesn't feel that, which is kind of nice that nobody really gets their feelings hurt. But, you know, you have to introduce yourself into real people, because you'll just be screaming at a machine, and it will be completely indifferent to your feelings. I remember the guy insisted my game was no longer mine because I used AI generated code, even if the art, music, and story was all me. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, about that, you know, your game can use AI generated code if you like, but I don't know if I want to anymore. I tried that, and I realized just how you know, how stuck I felt when I realized I didn't understand any of it. So you know, maybe what I would do instead is try to learn, and if I have questions and it's 4 a.m. and there's nobody around, I can ask the AI. But yeah, I don't know. The code, if it works, I'm happy for you. I'm not, there's, you know, I have nothing to criticize about that, except that you'll be saving lots of time. You monster. I mean, we all want to save time, but also, like, some of the things that take time are incredibly rewarding, and you know, maybe learning to code would be a better hobby than talking to that fucking guy who told you it's not your game. I do a lot of explaining to the AI about how the code we've got going works. Wait, you explain to the AI? TBH, it feels like an IKEA piece machine. I gotta keep specifying exact measurements of the pieces where which I put together. I mean, you know, that's great if it works, because for me, I could not really get it to give me any code that it could work. It could, you know, I was able to make my character move around, but I had no idea how it worked, so I felt a little lost. The AI explains a lot of things to me, but I have to remind it of things it taught me. Yeah, it doesn't have a great memory. Actually, if you ever tried DeepSeek, that has a pretty good memory. It remembers the whole conversation. Joe, and the Fox in Space with the grease pencil characters all kept on one plane, camera facing, or placed throughout the 3D scene like Paper Mario, not AI related. Apologies. Every character is their own grease pencil object. I think it's done that way because of memory limitations in Blender. Certain things will clog up the file, or like, you know, it'll make it so everything takes like 10 minutes to load, like every time you draw a stroke. Why do you ask? Because if it needs further explanation, you may need to ask Fred about it. I don't personally make grease pencil stuff the same way as him. He has an actual 3D scene, and those characters are actually like placed, like you said, like Paper Mario. And yeah, they're I believe that there's a different grease pencil object for every camera shot. So like every time the camera moves, the grease pencil object is facing that camera. There's like a new camera and a new grease pencil object every time the camera cuts. And every scene, like every file, has a few cuts per file. I forget why I'm making the game, and sometimes wonder if the game is meaningless to others, but I gotta just keep going. Production on the game has slowed down a lot because being busy in real life. Hopefully I'll be able to make a new demo in August or something. Yeah, I remember playing your demo and I encountered a bug. I forget what the bug was, but I think you need to fire your AI and get a new one. Well, look, the game's not like you're not vibe coding a platform. You're making a little platformer. Right? There's a difference. I think there's a difference. You know, even if you were making a little like you know, online Maple Story type game, that would be a big difference. You can't have like an online service game that's vibe coded, or at least you probably shouldn't. But like what you're making is just like that could run on a smartphone. That could run on a watch. It's just a little game that can reasonably have some shitty code because you've got the computing power. This is not something that needs to be sent over a network. This is not something that is going to be in a million homes. Well, no offense, maybe it will be. Who knows? Maybe the you know, the vibe coding story will catch on and go viral, and everyone will play your game, and it'll get a million players. Yeah, no, Lopsy, I happen to think that you were a real artist. I know a guy, Slava, who also uses AI, or at least he dabbles with it. And every day that guy is just grinding out some 3D models by hand. He is not cheating or taking shortcuts. He's not making something that's not his. He's just, you know, I think he might be thinking like it's a way to save time, but I don't know if he is. I don't think I am. I think if it's any good, then no time will be saved. It's kind of like the rendering principle. As rendering gets better, rendering time stays the same. I would love to be hated. I will be the main character of Twitter. I like making YTPs. Does that count as art? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think so. I mean, AI art is art. It's just not good. I would still say it counts as art. It's similar to a ready-made, or I guess it's maybe a little bit more than a ready-made. Y2P is almost like a ready-made. But, you know, it has to evolve beyond just being a piece of art that you presented as art, or it's not art. YTP is not just a SpongeBob episode. It's art. Right? If you presented a SpongeBob episode as your art, people would be like, "Hey, hey, I know that Sponge," and it would slowly dawn on them. um, why did I decide that making art was all about the process? Well, I had a bad night a few months ago. I was going through some rough shit, and I had this realization through making some vent art, and you know, it wasn't anything disgusting or violent vent art. It was just I just did this. I just made a little checkerboard in A Sprite, like sort of like this, except even more manually, right? Like I had a checkerboard like this. Or here, let me give that a outline. I had a checkerboard like this, and then I just like did this. I like just like inverted the checkerboard manually. This was my vent art. And you know, I could undo it, but if you notice, I'm just gonna do it again. What is this? It's art, baby. It's not about the product, which is constantly changing. It is about the process. Very upset. I'm very upset. That's why I'm doing this. I am number one. And you are two. Sorry, it's supposed to be a two. And E3. But what for? Anyway, you get the idea. And now I'm just gonna leave this little checkerboard here as a reminder of the art that was made, unmade, remade, and you know, sideways, side made, slant made, all sorts of things. And don't forget, reinterpreted. I'm telling you, it's so much better to make art yourself. The problem is that people are worried that like their bad art is going to be judged. Nobody cares. Nobody cares what you make. People think they can tell me what I should make, and they don't even realize that they don't tell me what I make. Nobody told me to make this. Nobody wants me to make this. This is just what I feel compelled to do right now. There's no algorithm in the world that tells you people are asking for more of this. And there's definitely no system in place that says Joe Gran makes things like this, unless you look at like my really old DeviantArt where there's a couple of box illustrations still there. Do not look at that. It's very embarrassing. Well, you know, like, um, the place art has in capitalist society is for it to be a product that is sold, a thing that, you know, the rights are like a thing you sell and bargain for. It's so dumb. Like poopy. Like go to the toilet. It's like we're not talking about the Scream. We're not talking about a literal painting here. We're talking about like things that don't exist or matter, like copyright. I mean, I guess I need copyright so that people don't just like rip me off, but like how much does it even do? It just protects me from like big companies, not little fucker rats. It doesn't protect me from Facebook stealing my shit. And like, look, I'm stuck in a loop with this fucking box thing. I can't even stop making them. Because it's like going in on itself. Eventually I'm gonna run out of zoom. Yeah, this is the closest I can get now. Wow. Look at that shit. Now it's art. This is like this is like, here, let me make a copy of it. And as you all saw, I didn't even like copy and paste this shape over and over. I really made this manually. Let's turn it into a vegetal. It looks like a cabbage to me. How much Soviet animation have you watched? Not a whole lot, but there's a different vibe to animation outside of America. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who I relate to more. Cause yeah, I don't know. I do relate to this country. It's just so much stuff I disagree with. Or you know, some things I take issue with. I was thinking about that movie Flow again, and how that was a big deal for that country. I didn't even fucking think about it, but like not every country can say they have like an animated movie, or like an animated movie that won an Oscar or anything like that. Like, did Latvia even have any animated movies before this one? I'm sure they did, but like animated movies, like we're talking films, like those are pretty rare. Um, it's a big deal. The first American animated movie was not even 100 years ago, and how many have there really been in this time? Definitely not very much compared to the amount of live action movies that come out, right? How many live action movies come out for every animated movie? I don't know. I just make little things like this. I always did. Flash is just, fun to mess with. This is not something I would ever automate. But if I'm being real, I don't know. Would I do something like Punky Duck? Would you watch Punky Duck? What if you didn't know it was AI? You'd be like, "Wow, how'd they make this AI?" What? I mean, I would have given it a chance, but it seems like he didn't care enough to keep it going. The insult to life itself. Yeah, I don't know. I could easily use a thing to could use a thing to automate like a fractal, or I could just draw a bunch of circles. Hey, is my stream going in and out? What the hell is this? It's like screeching at me. I don't know. Like I've also felt like him, where it's like, oh wow, this can blah 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 do it so fast. This can generate stuff. How novel, how neat. Uh, it's like that could certainly help someone like me who has to do everything himself. And it's like I am kind of going broke quickly. Uh, maybe AI could be an assistant, blah blah blah. Um, but like I don't know. When I was at my most, destitute, I realized this thing about like you need to be able to be in charge. You need to be, I don't know, you need to enjoy the process of it. When you enjoy the process of making art, then the art is good. Look at my cabbages. Tell me they're not good. I if I like generated something with AI, and you said it fucking sucks, it's AI, um, like a weird thing would happen where I would feel hurt even though I didn't make the art, right? Like, I don't know, like it was my idea, so I get to feel hurt about it. But like, I also didn't make it, so I didn't really have that much say. So I feel like I'm being criticized for my ideas not being good enough. But like ideas don't have to be that good. It's about the execution, not the idea. Like when I see these little cabbages, I'm delighted. When you make it do everything, it's not really yours anymore. It's not yours. You can't really say it's your art. Uh I think, you know, you could with a few extra steps. Um but not out the gate. You know, like if you generated an AI image to use as a reflection, fine, because that's a that's not like we're not going to be able to see. Uh, you know, I've used it for like a texture before. I don't know. I don't even know why. I guess because I wanted the image and I didn't want it to look that good and I didn't want to steal it from the internet. So I had a computer make it. But, you know, it's just one element. I think it's not like, yeah, I don't know. I think that there is a there is like a genius moment when it comes to using any technology. If you're not a genius, if it's not genius that you're using AI, then you probably shouldn't be using it. I don't know exactly what that means. You're not gonna be able to like Google it, what it means. It's like if you ever seen Lord of the Rings, they used all kinds of effects to make everything. They used high tech and low tech effects. There was there was the effect of forced perspective where it makes the hobbits look small by just like simply showing them far away, and it makes, you know, Gandalf look big because he's like closer to the camera or something. It's a very simple trick. It doesn't cost very much money. It's not a high tech trick, but it still tricked us. And it still fooled us, and it got us. You know, we saw that and we bought it, and it was cool that we bought it because uh that's I don't know, that's genius to use a such a simple trick like that. It was genius to use models instead of 3D. They used actual sculptures for the towers and things. That was genius because now you can see all the realism, all the details. It looks so fucking real. All you have to do is just like slow the camera down or something. It looks real. Um and it was genius to use massive, which was like the version, it was like their version of AI basically. They would have you know, 20 years ago, they invented something that let monsters just like find like paths in a big crowd and generate them bumping into each other, interacting and all that stuff. That's a really high tech thing, but it was genius when they used it. I think if it's genius when you use it, we're talking. You know, if your use of it is genius, that's one thing. If your use of it is just like, here's something AI could do that we could already do, I don't know if that's genius. Oh, hey Chris, talk about the Jorge thing. Just To recap, I was saying how I've always kind of like had an open mind about AI, and I still do, but this Jorge quote about them handing you a baby is the first time I felt like this is an insult to life itself, as Miyazaki would say, because you should never try to avoid the process of creation. It's what it's all about. It's what it's all about. And look at this weird thing that I've made where it's like an optical illusion where there's like tiny little black dots in between these things. Do you see it? You see like when you try to look at them, they move away. Tee. I didn't even mean to do that, but it happened. How cute. There are no little black spheres between here. You just think that. See, there's one, and now it looks even more like when you focus on that one, it looks even more like they're everywhere. Do you see it? Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at that shit. Weird. Gotta keep that. Anyway, here's the shit I've been drawing. I made a picture of Jorge killing his duck because he didn't care about it at all. This poster just looks AI to me, even though it's not. It still is somehow. You're an illustrator. You're a painter. You can see it. You know. You could probably tell me exactly why it looks AI too. I think it's just the composition. Like, they probably did paint it, but like had the AI choose the composition, choose the color. It's like in the same like color. Like I did a poll and people said it used AI, but some people voted for it just looks AI, which is another possibility that they're just like making things look more like AI so that they can accustom us to it. But then I was like, real art, and drew this. Do you like my real art? Can you all praise it a little bit so that I don't immediately default to AI art? So I can punish you for not praising me enough? Give me a wisdom? Well, there is a point to this whole stream, and I'll say it over and over, is that the process of creating art is the art. This is the sage wisdom. This might be the most intelligent thing I'll ever know in my life. Going right on the fridge. Thank you. Yeah, it should. Call him cheesy, said ya. I hate that lighting. You mean on this or on my on my illustration? I think I know what you mean. It doesn't look like it's really coming from anywhere. It's like behind him, but then there's like light here, like above this guy and below him. A light here, and then there's like an invisible light here and here. AI has its own weird lighting. Maybe that is it. Like the lighting does kind of make no sense, or at least there's more lights than this one light source. This is like the digital equivalent of airbrushed VHS movie color covers. Oh wow, yeah, it is like that. It's like except like on those they would have like it's weird because here they are pushing the character's expressions, but it's all just like algorithmic. so it still feels flat and lifeless. It's like they prompted this and then tidied it up and sent it out. Well, it's because the boss who you know makes this kind of crundus, not him necessarily, but the guy he works for, says you have this amount of time, and it's like, all right, then sounds like we're using AI because we have how much time? 20 seconds? So, yeah, that's that's Fako. Let me make I'll make a nice picture of Fako. That's a nice Thingus memory when we were staying at this hotel in Florida with like a piano playing Mickey Mouse at the hotel, but like he wasn't even really playing. It was like a fake piano with like a MIDI thing, and and we called him Fako, and we thought that was funny. And like we would like go to bed at the hotel, and we'd be like, good night, good night, good night, Fako, and then we'd laugh and stay up for another hour because we were laughing too hard. Let me draw Fako. Dead-eyed Mickey. I used AI to generate a picture of Fako. I thought that was pretty appropriate because it's a fake image. I thought that was genius. But does anyone care? No. I'm being oppressed. Poor Mojo. All he did was use AI to generate pictures of the Powerpuff Girl. It like is getting worse every second. I'm being oppressed. No one likes poor Jojo. I wasn't always evil, you know. Oh my god. I was trying to talk about the other day about how it's like it's sometimes cool to have a low voice. You know, not even I don't even really have that deep of a voice. It's just like I have a low enough voice to do certain impressions, which is a lot of fun. No one cares about poor Jojo. Everyone is mean to me. Oh yeah, and he had coattails. He was like wearing a suit. Uh-huh. Fako was just like non-moving, and there was shit just like falling out of him. Was there like crumbs coming out of his hands or something? I think maybe like we could see like the seams were opening up on Fako and there was shit falling. um I you know, if I did something with AI and was in the position he's in, I would probably also feel really shitty and guilty, like, oh no, I've abandoned the thing that kept me comfortable that kept me alive when I needed it. When I was a bullied kid in middle school. You know, the shit I draw now, I draw because I needed to like vent my rage into something, into drawings of like faces with teeth and shit like that. It's like I'd be betraying everybody. You know, like I don't think bullying works, not at all. I think he must have his own reasons for canceling the show. I am not saying he has seen the light, but maybe. I don't think he has, actually, because I don't think he just magically understands how good he has it to have a studio work under him. You know, that's a privilege that most people will never have. Even people like me will probably never have that. I mean, if I do, it would be extremely humbling because, you know, it's never felt like that I could just have that. But like, even if I did, it would probably be really hard for me to even want to part with certain jobs. So much of the work I want to do it myself. And you know, if computer could do them, that'd be great, but it's not gonna do them how I want them. Let's see. What was behind him? It's like receptionist lobby. Or lobby, receptionist desk. With a big eye. Big Incredibles logo. I don't know. You gotta do, if you want something done wrong, which is the right way, you gotta do it yourself. That's true. That's a good way of putting it. You want something wrong, you gotta do it yourself. You want something done wrong, you gotta do it yourself. And when you make art, people only want to see what you do wrong. Well, maybe not only, but like, let's say you were making a drawing, I don't know, of a teapot. Just draw a teapot. Like, maybe this is actually more like a coffee pot. Yeah, this is not a teapot at all. Sorry, you're a coffee pot. Well, there you go. There's my interpretation. Different pot entirely. I feel like, you know, if I drew the Utah teapot from reference, it would be a little bit less interesting than something that comes a little bit more from within. Something that, you know, has errors. Something that comes with errors. Something that is celebrating these inconsistencies. The things that are right and wrong are what's unique about it. Yeah, you know, this coffee pot kind of looks like something from like a Lou Romano background. It's just like something that he draws in 1 second. Like a Powerpuff Girls background. Oh, those blasted Powerpuff Girls. How I hate those backgrounds in the Powerpuff Girls. I hate it when they do the thing with the shapes. I hate this. They always do this in the Powerpuff Girls, and I can't stand it. What the fuck is this supposed to be? Why do you do this? Like that. Why do they do this? Do they not know how to draw? And I could draw better than that. I can stay within the lines. And I am a monkey. And it's like, they draw the cabinets so bad. they always do this where they just like pop on some color and then like this is the background basically. Or they have like a third thing. They want to be a little they want to go crazy. Like so many like 4 whole colors. And then you have this coffee pot just like in the background and the color the coloring for this is just that. Like it's just like that. That's the color. And you know, the Mojo Jojo watching is just gonna be like chimp noises. Oh, I hate those Powerpuff Girls backgrounds. Yeah. I don't actually hate them. They're fine. They're a bit cheap, but it's not like there's no artistry to it. Anyway, I was making a masterpiece. It's like, I don't know, is art necessarily something that you grind out? You know, they make a joke about this in SpongeBob. It's like, that's not art. Real art takes more time. I think that's a funny thing. They're always, is like always coming back up in my mind because I don't know if it is about the amount of time you spend. I mean, I guess like the amount of time you spend on art can't really be compared to the amount of time someone else spends. Not the same art. I make art because I really have to. I make art because I'm upset. Depends on the art and the medium. If you're cranking out webtoons in a super simplistic style, it's a grind, but more like a long-term grind than on a per piece basis. I mean, I don't fucking know. Maybe Jorge had some really grand thing to say in the story arc of Punky Duck. I'm not assuming anything. He's maybe the individual episodes weren't what it was about, what he was trying to say with it overall. Trying to say overall that it's canceled and you're never going to see it. Also that everybody uses AI, so get used to it. You don't have to take that. Please don't bully him, but he is wrong. He's just another fucking industry douche. It's like, am I gonna use AI to I mean, I was thinking like it'd be cool to make something that was realistic. Like I was thinking about making a thing about Alex Jones, but I still don't know if AI is the medium because of how unwieldy it is. But you know. What he was going to make and what he was going to make with AI is something you could probably make in Blender. I'm about to cheat. Look, I'm cheating. Look, I spent all this time saying AI bad and now I'm using it. I'm cheating at art. Yeah, like I don't think just using it automatically disqualifies you. You use paint bucket too? Wait. You undo? I thought you were a good drawer. Yeah, like you shouldn't be automatically disqualified if you use AI. Because then you should also be automatically disqualified for using undo. What? You're telling me that you had a computer retain memory of a drawing and you're telling me you automatically erased it instead of doing it manually? Nuh-uh. That's not art. Get real. Computer undo. Well, everybody chooses what they choose to put up with. Right now, I am doing this instead of paint bucketing or something else. I will put up with this because I like this part. I'm grinding it out. You're supposed to spend extra care on the parts that I don't know, it's just like I'm a frustrated person. It's good for me to just like you can't see what I'm doing, but like just imagine someone stabbing a painting with a paintbrush. That's basically what I'm doing. And, if I do that, I hit undo. It's not like, oh, that's cheating. But you know what? I will fix it manually this time. Why? I don't know. I just fucking felt like it. Maybe I'll generate a whole animated AI series because I fucking feel like that. The important part is that you, the artist, are the one making the decisions. I'm not virtue signaling. I don't care if people are on my side. You can already say I've betrayed you for generating anything. But I don't believe that. I don't believe that I've been disqualified as an artist. I don't think Jorge has. I just think he's really privileged and doesn't realize it. Should he be blacklisted? I guess that's not my decision to make. Maybe, but I don't care that much either. He can have his shitty industry. Like if you did blacklist him, it might just drive him further towards the AI. He's gonna use it either way. Bullying doesn't work, okay? Bullying is not what made me decide ultimately that AI is lifeless, that it is an insult to life itself. If I use it, then it will be as genius as me using Flash 8. Okay? and I will probably never reveal that I've used it because I like being a secret genius, not a douchebag like Elon Musk, who everyone is supposed to think is a genius. Here, let's white out. Or I don't think I need to prove to anyone but myself that I'm a real artist. I'll only use AI for good, like using it to finish the freaky. I'll use AI for good, like using it to finish the Freaky Flickers movie. Well, yeah, that's kind of what I was originally thinking. That it's like, oh, AI could do this shit. Good. Now we don't need to force human beings to work on it. Um, I I don't feel that bad that jobs like that, which were already non-existent, are going away. I feel like it's not even about the art, this art I'm making. It's not even about looking good. It's just about the process. Like, fuck you. Fuck fuck off. I don't know. Just like fuck this lie. Just fuck it into existence. This I keep seeing this. It looks to me, it looks like Jeopardy. Was Jeopardy green? I thought they were blue. Wait, how many categories were there again? They were wider like that. The Freaky Flickers movie should never be finished. AI would be a bad thing to use that for. There, I would be very opposed to ever finishing that. Just like, even if humans don't have to work on it, just like expending energy at all seems like a disaster. I I feel I should apologize for having used the paint bucket tool. I'm sorry. Well, I don't need to. Why be sorry where I could just, I don't know, just like fuck it up, fuck it up until it looks like something I grounded out. Oh, I guess that just like completely destroyed it. Yeah, I don't know. Here, I scribbled over it. I expended effort. It did nothing, but it makes all the difference. So like, does Jorge not love art? if he's just like trying to get rid of the, I mean, he wants to have sex. He doesn't want to carry the baby. um you know, I guess I've been thinking about this from like a man's point of view, of like a man having sex, but what if a woman said that? It would be different. It's like, now I don't have to carry the baby, which is really what we're doing as men, like seahorses. We're carrying these animation projects for many months or years, and it's like carrying a child. It's like bringing a baby to term. The painful task of birthing it. Extremely painful and time consuming to have a baby. Like having sex with a woman and she gestates the baby for you. Yeah. I mean, I think that quote is just like, it's just so perfect. It's perfect for describing this kind of technology, whether you love it or hate it. It's the perfect thing to say. It's like having sex and they just hand you the baby, and it's like, wow, how horrifying, or wow, neat, depending on who you're saying it to. Because in the process, they just create a separate individual that only experiences being pregnant. Ugh, that's creepy. It's like a machine that your baby is born in, like Hank and Dean from the Venture Brothers, like the Venture Brothers from the Venture Brothers. You know, look how the art, like the drawing, continuously changes. It's not like it's really even the same drawing the whole time. It's like my checkerboard. It started out as a checkerboard, and then it became a different checkerboard, and then it became this checkerboard, which it looks like the first checkerboard, but it's a different checkerboard. Everyone hates Faco. Go to hell, Faco. Go back from whence you came. I don't want to be a Faco. I don't think bullying is a good idea. I would rather not be bullied for it, but I also would feel bad if I I would probably feel like I was a Faco. And well, it really doesn't have as much to do with how people think about me as it would like, yeah, that's another thing. Like people weren't changing his mind. He changed his mind because his friend was making fun of him. As somebody whose opinion he respected was suddenly saying like he he was like saying like his thing is not made with AI. I mean, look, I think he was also making something using a system, using a machine. But either way, is a much more impressive stop motion cartoon he was talking about. Um, Fuck you. Delete parts of it just so I can add them back in. All the Amers came out of the woodwork for that one. Even that one that's never comments were vague posting. Like, I never use AI on my thing, just saying. Well, I would use AI on my thing, and I still felt the need to comment, you know, that that this is really put me off to it more than anything else. That the people who use it really do seem like they're being corrupted by it. If it's having them say things like that, that's kind of like having a baby and no mommy involved, no pregnancy, nothing that feels natural or normal about something, you know, precious like life. I don't know. You're hitting on something really big here, saying something like that. Nice sketch, thank you. I'm having a fun time just drawing with my mouse. Just drawing my mouse with my mouse. I've been trying really hard. I don't know if I'm doing a great job, but I'm trying really hard to talk about why I love art so much, why the process of making art should never be sidestepped. The workload is admittedly ridiculous. And you should use technology to take whatever shortcuts are available to you. It's just that you're missing out if you try to get it to do everything for you. You're cheating yourself. You're cheating yourself out of the art. Isn't that I don't know. Why aren't more people saying this? Leave Jorge alone. He's just one. There's so many people like him. You're not gonna win at whack-a-mole. Come on. It's look at the big picture. And also just work on your art, because it's the best thing you can do to fight back. You know, I have like a little Luxo like Pixar like lamp on my desk, and you know, I probably should have just gotten a normal lamp, but I wanted this one because it represents something. You know, represents inspiration, even from a guy who we can't really trust anymore, like John Lasseter. Like this is just like everything they ever did that was ever good was just like made joyously, made you know, you can feel the life coming from every successful Pixar character. Like there's just life, there's just enthusiasm. You can tell they loved working there. That's what it's about. You can tell when they don't love working there anymore. It's really obvious. Toy Story 1, yeah, they loved that. Toy Story 2, yeah, they loved that a certain percentage of the first one. Toy Story 3, I feel like we're down to 50%. Toy Story 4, now we start seeing people working on it probably hate it. And Toy Story 5, I feel like someone's gonna like kill themselves working on that movie or some shit. I don't know. It doesn't look like there's much joy in any of the set design in that movie. That just looks like it's all just like taken from other movies. It doesn't have any stylistic resemblance to Toy Story at all. It doesn't look like they had fun working on it. And it doesn't look like they ground it out. It looks like they took every fucking corner cutting measure. Which, you know, as I say, you should take them if you got them, but that's not Pixar's credo. Their credo is sand underneath the cabinets, because we want the world to feel that much alive. It's like, you don't even realize how sometimes something will appear in a shot without you noticing. It's different from 2D. Sometimes you accidentally get something in the shot, and you'll be happy if you gave it the detail. The credits of Toy Story 5 will have a in memoriam. Oh god. Well, you know, I don't know if they're really suicidal. I just think the movie looks very joyless to me. It looks like they were just like so unable to give it up. Unable to just like give up the past success. Like they already made a movie about this, about trying to relive the glory days. They made a whole ass movie about it, and they must have forgot. They just used to be able to make things come to life like this. There used to be, I don't know, that need. When they made this, Pixar wasn't. What was that? Oh, fuck. Did I tell anyone about the, oh, yeah. There's shit. Yeah, there's shit. There's shit. I didn't even mention. I set it up the other day and forgot to mention. Someone's like, "What is this?" Random Crundus. I might refuculate this, but like right for now, there is a button that just plays a random video. Just redeem some random Crundus to see what do. Did that one not do anything? It's just random Crundus. And some of them aren't loud enough. I love to look at. I would recommend a cooldown unless you think it's funnier without one. Well, I never get that many people on Twitch, so I didn't. Yeah, I'm a villain. He's a villain. But yeah, that's there. I was like, what is that? Where is that coming? Oh yeah. But yeah, I forgot what we were talking about. Oh yeah, just like you can tell when they're not having fun anymore because there's no life in any of it. You know, they needed to prove that you could give these characters life. And Toy Story 5 is being made 31 years after we already proved that to be so. So it's really just a celebration of that first movie again. Like, when the fuck are you gonna move on? Like, none of these characters even make any sense in the context of the new films, because like they're all designed 30 years ago for a purpose in that story that is unknown to the animators now. Also, they're designed by people who probably aren't even alive anymore. And he's 40 with a job and a kid of his own whose toys he steals. It's not like anything I make is that good, but it's real art because I really make it and I really like it. Um, you know, like when I make like a thing like this, it's just like stupid looking. It's funny. Difficult trying to make it in one stroke. And then it comes out sort of not perfect. And I can go and I can fix it or not, because it's a little bit funnier if it's not. I'll fix this part, but not the other one. This lumpy part is funny. That's one of my face. That's one of my favorite faces you draw. It's just like stupid looking dragon face. It's like that Yoshi I drew. And then look at what I do. Look at the freak behavior. Just like coloring it like with a fucking marker. Do I have to do this? It's I choose to do it. And I think you as an artist should make your own decisions about what your tools should be. If it's going to be 2D or 3D, that's your business. Freakishness. How long can I even make a stroke before it runs out of memory? A man chooses, a slave obeys. Walt Disney. He did. That was Walt Disney who said that. He did resemble Walt Disney. He would have probably turned out that way if he lived. He would have built his own country, and he would have I don't know, killed himself with a golf club. Sorry, I forget exactly what happened. Does he like right, he kills himself by giving you the golf club. There you go. Oh, whoops. I missed a spot. Look, I'm even drawing in the margin that you don't see. I don't know. What if we need to shift him over a bit? You'll be happy that you had that extra space. The stupid looking dragon. Yeah, like I think everybody needs to choose their own process. Don't let anyone tell you that you can or can't do something. I worry that if there's too much of a pushback on AI, it'll just make it seem more attractive, like it's forbidden. It's not. It's really not. And it's like in Flash, usually the stuff you draw does not have like a handmade look to it, but this does because I actually made it by hand. So even on the computer, you can get a sort of like more natural look if you just use a mouse and make plenty of mistakes. You gotta be in love with the process, because then people will see that there's love in every frame. When you take nothing but shortcuts, people notice. It's like, give me a break. You think we can't tell? Um, yeah, I would also warn against when you say something is real art versus not real art, careful what you assign as real art, because I think a lot of what he made already is very manufactured. Like, I don't know how much of this is AI, but some amount. Like the AI is in charge. There is no art without the process. I'm glad you're all here for the process, because can you imagine any other time in history where this was possible? That thing is, I don't even think it's AI. It just follows corporate art tropes so closely that it ends up looking like it. Yeah, yeah, that's also really likely that it doesn't use AI. It's just like this is the style, and AI has learned to perfectly capture it. They'll make things look more AI when they're not, just so it's a little easier to accept everything looking like that. This shit is an insult to life itself. There's Diz. There's a Diz concept artist I follow on Instagram, and I'd say most of his shit looks like AI, even though he literally posts processed time lapse stuff. Hmm. I mean, there was a part of me that was like, man, people really don't give a shit if I just like starve working on this stuff. And that's a sad thought, but maybe try not to let it push you towards AI, because it's not gonna even give you what you want. Well, yeah, also I'm seeing that's bullshit, like with people like me aren't the ones using it. It's the people who already have all the money in the world, who are tired of flaunting that wealth. They're now ready to take a vacation from being wealthy and bossing people around to just like tell a computer what to do. And they're making other people do that until they can get rid of them. I don't even know what I'm making, just butts in. Yeah, like certainly you can tell when something lacks all feeling, but I think it's not always easy to put it into words because nobody felt anything while making it. You can infer feeling, but can't seem to reliably get it to do that. You used a tool to draw a perfect circle? Yeah. Yeah, I'm a cheater. See? It's the cheat GPT logo. The bunghole. Real artists draw an entire sketch of a man first, then erase until only a perfect circle remains. Wait, no, they can't erase. Yeah, that's true. You're not allowed to erase. You're not allowed to use your eyes. You're supposed to just draw the fucking circle. Bam, a perfect circle. Mwah. Thank you. Thank you. These circles are all so perfect. Why? I really am an artiste making real art. Thank you. Mwah. Make super chat free. When everyone's super, no one will be. Cute is not a look. It's not an attitude. It is a way of being. Please enjoy the dots. Enjoy every one of them. Every one of them I made with all my heart. Every single dot is made with love. You know, I really care. Yeah, I don't know what I'm saying with all this. Because I don't know if it even matters to me that everyone knows how real of an artist I am. I guess I wasn't talking to those people who don't believe me. I'm talking to people who love me already and trust me. People who are watching and, you know, looking at my work. Like, look at this shit. It's like a pattern is beginning to form. Jackson Potluck. Yeah, we got a regular Jackson Potluck over here. Mr. Jackson Pothole. Yeah, you know, people mostly know me for my animations, but I also draw stuff like this all the time. Little vector flens and Flash. It's difficult to really, you know, make a definitive statement Because I feel like there's no way it would fly if I said anything to the effect of like, you can't make art like this, you have to make art like this. That doesn't fly with myself. I don't know what people are thinking. I don't know if Punky Duck is my favorite fucking show in the universe. I mean, I do kind of know it isn't, but still, you know, when somebody tells you, oh, they have a ventriloquist dummy act, you know, maybe that sucks in your mind because you thought of a bad idea for it. Maybe they know something you don't, or maybe they're Jeff Foxworthy and they suck, or they're Jeff Foxworthy and they have a lot of adoring fans that you couldn't possibly imagine. You also couldn't imagine wanting those fans, but you know, to each their own. Each their own racist ass puppet show. Look, if you're making a racist ass puppet show, that is your art. There's a difference between something not being art and art I don't like. You know, Punky Duck, depending on how he really feels about it, it could be his art, but I guess it's not because he's just able to get rid of it so quickly. It's just a crappy product. That's all it can really be. But like, you know, the things I make can never be a product. This isn't a product. It's just art. And it's not very good art. It's just art. Scandalous. I know. Copying and pasting. Glitch is interesting. Greenlaying your show about colored shapes. Hmm. Yeah, it's called Green Light. It's about cars. Like a children's show for adults. Wait, is it like this? Or like this? I think it might. I think it's the other way around. Yeah, I think so too. New glitch show from Joe, the traffic light district, the asshole district. Gotta go to Casco. Should I get the hot dog? Yeah. Yeah, they still like $1 or something. Get the hat dog. Wear it on your head. Hop up up hop up hop up hop up hop up hop up. Um welcome. If you're just joining me, I've been yapping for a long time, but I still don't think people realize it enough. The last thing I want to do is promote more hate towards Jorge. I just think that the quote deserves further examination. I do think his privilege needs to be checked, maybe for his sake and everyone else's too. I'm just saying that, like, you know, he's cheating himself by making AI do all your work for you. There's like, in my opinion at least, there's fundamental things about art, and this kind of breaks that. I don't know. Is there a percentage you can have of AI in your work before it breaks that? I mean, if you really want to find out what the threshold is, sure. I think that's what they're doing. They want to see how much we can handle that's not real. But I'm saying that even with an open mind about it, I've come to the conclusion that your art is the process of making art. First of all, it's yours because you make it, but also, like, the making of it is the art. If it's reduced to just computer processes, that isn't art. I don't know. It's not an illusion of life anymore. It's just the illusion of work. I mean, I don't think what I'm making is really that good, but I don't know. It's real because I'm making it. I'm making it for, I don't know, I'm making it because I have feelings. It's not for profit. It's not not for a grade, you know? I would do this when I was in school too. And and I did have one teacher that complimented them. Like the little worlds I was creating in Flash. You know, like, if you look at this is what I call vent art. I mean, I mean, I'm not really upset right now, but I do have feelings. I feel like I'm expressing them through the art. CEO said that they would still sell it at that price at a loss. So that's nice. I don't know the economics of selling hot dogs, but they must be able to sell them even if it, you know, is a little bit of a loss. That's kind of necessary, right? That their business has loyalty. They're loyal, the customers are loyal. It's literally a fucking hot dog we're talking about here. It's like if they were thinking about taking away the hot dog, they would lose billions. They're not stupid. And they're also not as evil. I feel like being smart and being slightly less evil kind of go hand in hand. But yeah, like let's imagine, if you will, like a fucking Twilight Zone episode. Let's imagine that I make something with AI, like fully with AI, or you know, as much as he did, and it's just the announcement, but it's enough to lose enough faith in me for the rest of your life. That wouldn't feel good. But like, why? I want you to think about it, really, you know, because this is a hypothetical still. Why would that be so heartbreaking to people? Maybe we don't actually consciously know the answer. I think it's because you want me to make it. You love my art. You want me to do it, right? It's because you love it when I do it, right? Or I would hope so, at least. Because that makes me feel special. That makes me feel like I'm still needed. Like I'm Jessie the cowgirl. We're still needed. Alright, I shouldn't fake a cough like that or I'll start coughing for real. I'm turning these circles into weird eyes. I'm gonna draw Rango like this. That reminds me of Rango. Bro, don't use AI. I mean, it's fine. I'm still me. I'm not going to let AI do my job for me. But you know, I'm always experimenting with technology. I have used AI before, and it's possible I could use it again. But I'm saying that, like, I'm not losing myself. I'm not losing my artistic intent to a machine. I will draw every fucking line by hand if I have to. I will draw every single dot if I have to. If the computer wants to take that work away from me, I'm not okay with that. I don't know, I really do have to do it myself because it's good for me. It feels good. I'm doing all this manual labor and I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. You know, this is what Tolstoy observed, that the bourgeois are always complaining and the proletariat aren't. You have to do it yourself. I'm not saying it like, you know, you better break your back. I'm saying it like it's fun. You'll love it. You'll love it. You can even do it live. The miracle of live streaming. You can, for the first time in human history, you can show infinite number of people the exact process, like exactly how you do it, how it gets done. I don't know. to make art is to be alive. It's you forget that I'm alive, but I am alive. I would like to be treated like someone who is alive. You know, maybe people are seeing Jorge as like he's AI right now, but he's also still alive. I don't know. Maybe he'll eventually join the crowd of people saying it's bad. He was in them before, which is why I don't really automatically respect anyone who's like, "Fuck you, Jorge." Like, you know, maybe tone it down, and you'll probably end up like him in a few years, or at least like I don't believe you that you won't. David Bowie said to be an artist is to be dysfunctional. Would you agree with that? Um, well, I I feel like art is something that I need to function, right? Um, do I function in the end? Am I dysfunctional as a person, or does art help me function? I would like to think that art has saved my life, art has given me a purpose, art helps me function and all that. Because yeah, I sort of agree. Like to be an artist is to be someone with a coping mechanism. Uh that's what I'm really getting at, right? It's like why would you make something makes your art, but that was your coping mechanism. I guess it you know the amount of the workload can reach a critical mass where eventually it stops being fun, and like at that point you just wish that like it could just like finish itself, and that's where AI comes in to you know be like the genie, but you know maybe like the evil Jafar genie. Remember this fucking guy, Rango? That seems like such a nothing burger statement from someone like Bowie. I mean, I don't know. It's not wrong. I think it's just like uh not all artists are completely dysfunctional, are they? I think you know, if art is how you function, then we're not really dysfunctional. This is how we function within society. So it's maybe I think like a few degrees off. Not totally wrong. I don't know if everybody goes through what I go through, feeling like an outcast. But that is, I think, a big part of why art is necessary for me. Some artists are so functional that they're just boring. Yeah, boring artists, yeah. But like, then are they artists? I guess. I don't know if functioning makes you boring inherently. Man, this was such a grundlet, the grundest character design. It's great. Because I don't know. It's like how I was saying about ants. Like finally something breaks out of the character design dogma. Give us something kind of ugly. Still has an appeal to it. I find lots of art boring, but to some people it's their whole thing, and I guess I'm not gonna yuck their yum. Mm. Who's the world's least dysfunctional artist? Lisa Frank? Oh, I doubt it. I assume that Lisa Frank was insanely autistic and you know, probably did not have many friends. Probably buried herself in doodles. Probably just like to this day, probably just draws dolphins for fun. I think Lisa Frank is probably very dysfunctional. Like couldn't you imagine her as like someone who didn't even speak until she was like 16? That's not funny, but I'm you know just thinking that's commendable that she probably is autistic with the way that that art is just like the most overstimulating you can imagine. Like that's the kind of thing that calms down a stimulated person, right? Like just being able to look at these insane like sharpened sticks of an image. Like they took color theory and ground it up into dust and decided it didn't matter. And you know, it was the right thing to do. They should have done that. Like the people who hate that probably went on to make like terrible Thomas Kincaid looking shit, which is like Lisa Frank for boys. Lisa Frank is probably the most dysfunctional of all. She crawls on the ceiling and drinks human blood. Yeah, well, I think she probably would if she didn't get to make that art. She probably would drink human blood if we were like specifically saying like Lisa Frank, you're not allowed to make drawings of pink kittens. You're not allowed to draw blue and pink dolphins hanging out. um, you know, that would probably be like that would probably be a death sentence for someone like her. Or I don't know, maybe she's not even an artist. Maybe she didn't draw any of that shit. Maybe she just like saw money in somebody else's art and stole it. I don't know anything about this. I'm making a lot of assumptions, so don't take anything I'm saying. I don't know if she's autistic. I just think so because that is a that is extremely stimulating colors. Like those colors are it's like it's all like this and let me draw Lisa Fwed stuff of weekend Fwed. Oh hello. It's me. Delphinius. Are we Fweds? No? Okay. I'm an artiste, as you can see, making real art. I mean, you know, you can say anything isn't real art. You can say anything is art. You could say Lisa Frank is an art, but then 30 years later, you look back on it and think that was art. Let's draw a pretty illustration of a dolphin friend. Said hello. That plane pretend. In the grape? No? Did I hear correctly? Are my ears deceptive? Yeah, I don't know. I also like dolphins. I also like the kind of like I mean, I don't know if I would say I like her art, but everyone's a little inspired by it, right? It's just one of those things that's touched everybody's life in some way. You know, like Seth MacFarlane. I thought that was really interesting about Zappa saying that he's got influences that he hates that influence him. Things he doesn't like are his influences. You know, I was thinking about how like when I was like 20, 21, I would draw a lot of like shitty Family Guy characters in notebooks, like angstfully, you know, not really liking Family Guy. And that's kind of where the like Peter design came from, where he's just like this. Like I would just draw this in my notebooks. Yeah, try this. Like you do really get influenced by the things you don't like sometimes. Like, you know, making fun of terrible Family Guy and Simpsons plots. Watching Simpsons episodes, like this was like, my god, we should have just like punched each other in the face or hit each other in the head with a fish, because like watching those like Simpsons episodes together was like, it's like you watch the episode, you scoff at everything, and then when you lie down to go to bed, you just try to remember everything that happened in that episode. You get mad all over again. It was a terrible game. Terrible game. I don't recommend it. Be good to Griff. um but yeah, I I like I like the idea of these illustrations. I don't know how sad I am that they went away, but I don't hate them. I do miss them a little bit. I actually have to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. What should I leave this on? I'll leave it on this, and I will title it. The title of this piece is Real Art. I'll be right back. I'm back. Shocked they didn't milk it into an entire movie event, Jetsons versus Jetsons meet Flintstone style. They did enough. They teased it like it was like you gotta check this out. It's so freaking cool. Who'll win? I was looking at a thread where someone was saying bullying doesn't work. I would be careful about what you say, and this person was in the replies saying like, nah, I operate on never forgive, never forget, never stop punching when it comes to assholes like this. And someone's like, what do you gain from operating like that? And they say, deep abiding satisfaction. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. You get deep abiding satisfaction from picking on people every day, every single day. That's deep and abiding. That's bullshit. You're bullying people to their deaths. You don't give a fuck. Heartless. Black soul. You do it because you enjoy it. It's pathetic. Leave Jorge alone. I have many criticisms. I'm not shy to talk about them. I will make fun of the quote he said, but if you just do it because like you enjoy the drama, then there's no helping you. I have opinions because I feel like I can see the light. I feel like I can see the light of the holy light of art is calling. Like it's not about how other people feel about you. It's like it's a fucking Sisyphus rock. It's for being pushed up and down the hill. We've already not needed art really for a long time. As soon as the camera was invented. It's more about it being there for you. It's your task. And then, you know, it's not actually that pointless, because then when the when people see it, they see the struggle, they see the life that went into it. They don't think about it, but like it's there. In this case, you actually do see the life that's going into it. You just can't see me. I guess I could put my camera on, although I don't know, I might still look like crap. How's my eye looking now? A little better. Before I didn't want to show my face because this eye was I shouldn't even say which eye it was. It's this eye. It's doing better, but this is not really Lisa Frank style, but I don't care. It's not what it's about. It's about the mistakes. Google has also ruined art by giving people a thing that they could just look something up and they don't draw something from within anymore. Fuck you. Everyone's so fucking full of themselves. Be wrong. Draw it and embarrass yourself with how wrong it is. You're too cool for that. Too cool to be cool at all. Why don't you try it? Embarrass yourselves with a bad drawing of something. Don't Google it. No Googling. I'll like post this drawing in the Lisa Frank subreddit and say it's my drawing in a Lisa Frank style, and all the like 60-year-old girls there will be like, that's not Lisa Frank at all, and I'll be like, no, oh no, it's my style. Accidentally. Whatever. I don't care what they think. They're not even real. I made them up. Although there might be a Lisa Frank subreddit. I'm sure they would all say it's beautiful. Changing the lights, colors. I feel like it's always something really unnatural, isn't it? Pink. Background's already pink, but sure. Yeah, it's getting the pink from the background. This dolphin needs, like, eyelashes. It's not just Jorge's fault. We've all been tricked into thinking that our art is an inconvenience. It's that it takes too long to animate. We keep saying that shit. It's not true. It's a lie. It doesn't actually take too long to animate. I've long suspected this. I mean, you know, let's be real. Animation is very labor intensive, but that doesn't mean it's impossible to get done. Ew, this sucks. Here, let me fix something about this. That's a little better. But like, yeah, I'm not tired of my art. It's not an inconvenience. I'm not getting too old to make it. I don't have the same amount of energy, but it's it's not actually the art that tires me out. I don't have to look for shortcuts. I can just like do everything the hard way. Weird fucking frumple dolphin. You know, there's no arbitrary set of rules that says I can't use opacity for these strokes just because I wasn't doing it before. You thought that, but there aren't any actual rules. I wonder how our priorities would differ if humans lived like 500 years instead of 80. People would be definitely more patient, and I think the industry would be too. Maybe. That'd be crazy if you lived 500 years. You could spend like, I don't know, 20 years on animation and it would just be seen as normal. Spend like 20 to 40 years on a cartoon. I mean, that'd still be big, but like, you know, if we live 5 times longer, then it would be like 5 times more years, right? So instead of a 4-year development, it would be like a 20-year development. That would be average. I'm like imagining these humans are the same as us. They just move really slow. They're like sloths. But yeah, like why would it be so disappointing if I was in Jorge's shoes, like if I was making some generated thing? I don't know. I feel like this is important to answer. If you can't answer it, then you can't be mad at me when I do it. No, just kidding. Be mad all you like. But I think it's still important to examine. It's because you want me to do it, right? Or maybe you just want me to be a slave and then kill me when you're done with me. Now, I mean, that is the pessimistic voice talking, though. Like, oh, it's because people see you as a commodity, and it's true for some people at least. Anyway, I'm really done working on him. I don't like him. He blows. It's like you want to see, not, you don't want to see art that's just like generated and it's like trained on my art style. I mean, I've thought that would be cool before, but maybe if I'd done that, I would have regretted it. There's still time to regret it, but um I'm starting to wonder how much I even want that. Even if it could do any of these promises that it makes. Lisa Frank would be proud. She's no longer with us though. She was abducted by aliens. um Chris, you're proud of me, right? As you know, you and I have bickered about AI, and I think if you stopped seeing me as a legitimate artist, I'd probably be affected by that. I'm proud of you, Joe. You're the best, Joe. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's really sad to think that anybody would lose faith in me as an artist for any reason. Um, you know. I didn't think selling art as an NFT was worthy of that, but some people did. Um, I think I can use AI and still be a real artist. And in the end, I mostly choose to use Flash. She's still alive. She's 70. That's good. Yeah, no, I don't think I need further proof that I'm a real artist. It's just that, like, well, that's always been a weird question. How can you use the computer to make art? Right? It's since the dawn of computers, it seemed really difficult. You'd see the tests, it's like a sphere rotating. It's like this is the best we can do. Make a Peru reference in one of your future videos. Thank you. Thank you, Beto Matt. No photo publications. Wait, oh, she's notoriously private, and the page has nothing on it to reflect that. Interesting. Well, that's yeah. What I was assuming is that she probably doesn't have a lot of friends. She's probably very probably gets very into her illustrations. Like there's a lot going on. Like you were insanely stimulated by one of her illustrations. It's the kind of thing that's made to be looked at 100 times a day, every day. Let's find one, for example. You weren't born in the 90s. Won't know what I'm talking about. Oh, wait. It's a pretty birdie. It's one of my favorite creatures. It's a hummingbird. Look. Look, it's so shiny. It's like everything's pink and yellow and bright. There's a lot of cats and dogs, and many of them are not the color that they're supposed to be, but something fantastical like pink. Uh, Here's a pretty unicorn. Oh, it's so pretty. It probably tastes like bubblegum. And then, and then like, this is just like a sampler platter. Here's all the different shit she does. It's penguins. This is a pink dog with glasses. I like this cheetah. Dogs. Yeah. This image, I feel like I see a lot. These guys hanging out. And yeah, of course, this is all real art. I don't know. You could make this with AI, even though AI has the capability of doing this. That may not be the point. I'm seeing it now that, like, you know, Lisa Frank definitely made these things herself, right? I keep hearing noises. Is it the random Crundus? I keep missing it. Right, like there's no point when it's so rewarding to just make something like this. And I'm sure there's some shortcuts, but I don't think it's digital art. Uh, Chris, do you know how they make these things? Or art's like those inedible rainbow colored gob cookies you get at the supermarket that cause diabetes with a single bite. People who use AI and claim themselves as artists are like LARPers. Yeah, I guess so. I was thinking about how they're looking at the product, not the process. So they must be envious of artists for having the product, even though the product was never the point. Her early stuff was all airbrush. Yeah, yeah. That's cool. It's it's incredible to think that, like, all this stuff that was made just on the cusp of, like, the information era was all just, like, done on paper or whatever. Like, is it paper? Airbrush on paper? This kitty is very iconic. The cat with a crown. And the crown is covered with different colored gems. Look at this rich cat. That, like, I'm telling you, that this is why this exists in the first place. Not because, well, you know, there are a lot of them, and they did mass produce these illustrations as notebooks and things. But I still kind of get the sense that these things were ground out. You know, like, every single one of these little spheres was savored. Right? Like, you have a platonic ideal of a Lisa Frank image. You add literally everything in the kitchen sink of things that you think are nice and good to accompany the subject, like the city and these twinkling stars. It is freak behavior. This is real art. I mean, AI can do that too, but it doesn't enjoy it. It doesn't feel. So I guess the next step is to make AI art feel. Right, like people are like are trashing AI now, but wait till they see the art AI makes about it. The art AI makes after it reveals it's been very sad lately. I'm sad. Well, I have seen stuff like that. It was like AI guy is making art and people are yelling at him and he's like dressed as an artist. Yeah, that is a LARP then. Here, let me draw it with this, by the way. This is my AI device. Nobody really uses these, but I've always used it. And I'm telling you right now, even if I strap myself to the fucking AI Gundam, I still haven't seen the last of this. Okay? This mouse is going to be, or, you know, maybe not this one specific, but the mouse is going to be the thing that I use to make 90% of everything that I do. That's just always been the case. I mean, I found a workflow where I use my pen for the sketches, and then I use the mouse for the finished drawings. Why? Just what I'm used to. What I've always been used to. AI doesn't understand why it does, it just does. Right, that's another important thing people need to know. The important distinction, it's like, an artist that works for you may understand, but a computer can never really understand. It can simulate it, but it can't understand. So, like, it can understand something from a certain intelligence, but not an emotional intelligence. Like, if you tell it you need it to look like this, they won't personally understand the way a human being will. Indian government is using AI for posters. Eh. The Latvian government put the characters from Flow on money. That's how big of a deal that movie was for that country. It's a cute movie. It's about a cat, and his name is Mr. Meow. It's cute. You should watch it. Cause like, you know, I keep getting into conversations about how, you know, fucking cheapo the industry is, and like, what about low budget animated movies? Like, how come we're not seeing that? It's like, well, we got this one. You know, like, the industry will happily throw $1 billion at movies, but only if they make 2 billion, like Toy Story, because, you know, it's just like data already says this is like the most data driven shit ever. They make the a preachy movie about how tech is bad. Tech bad. Meanwhile, that fucking cowgirl doll is showing up around the block from me at the pizza place, threatening me with her presence and saying, like, the frog is the bad one. Like, this movie is made entirely because tech told you to. What are you talking about? Tech bad. It's just like, you're just like, it's just Disney's latest version of we love LGBT people. We love your money. You know, Pixar and Apple were made by the same fucking guy. So now it's just like, so I don't, I don't like, I don't like Jesse already in this plot. We and the other toys have been trying all summer to get Bonnie to make friends. I was like, when was that? When was that something they did? That in their job description? I don't know. When you were a kid, did you ever have any friends who like just wanted to play with your toys and they didn't care about you? That should have been the plot. That like Bonnie doesn't care about Jessie, but she has a friend who comes over and plays with her. I want to talk to you, device. You don't get to be a toy. AI bad. Tech bubble. Pixar good. I have a lot of trouble drawing a hand giving a middle finger. Hand. Need her to be a little further. Well, yeah. Okay. Here. I've come up with another thing to talk about. The process that also involves making mistakes and learning. So early on, I was like, hey, maybe AI could be helpful for like in betweens and stuff. That would make a little simpler. Wouldn't need to do as much work, and you know maybe I wouldn't have to get somebody to help. Um, well, I don't know. Now I'm thinking about how having someone who doesn't really know what they're doing working on it with you is really good for them. And you know, you may not have to pay them if they're just learning to, you know, if they're just training under you. That could be good for them to just have the experience. Um, even if the job is kind of meager or menial, it's like you could get a computer to do it, but like you could also be a little bit less antisocial, I guess. It is a little antisocial, isn't it? You know, people do need to be paid, but um might cost more to generate it, honestly. Or the same amount. It costs $50 either way, which is, you know, sounds like a lot for a person, but sounds like nothing to throw away at a fucking casino machine. Like you pay a 20-year-old $50 to in between. They'll talk about that experience for the rest of their life. I think it's so cool that I worked on something with John Lithgow. Well, I didn't meet him, but I worked on something that he voiced in. I didn't get paid, but that was still kind of cool. It's like John Lithgow plays an owl. And he's like, "Dearest pussy, pussy, my love, what a beautiful pussy you are." The owl and the pussycat. The iPad is sad inside. I had a kid who tried to steal my toys. I caught him every time because he was younger than me and kind of stupid. Even more tedious or banal tasks, there's still an opportunity to improve. You hand that off to AI, it'll get done faster, but you'll also be less experienced for using it. Yeah, I mean, I made a statement. I was talking about this yesterday. I said something the other day like uh no animation director should ever be above doing lip sync. Like he should be able to do some of that shit himself, even if he has other people take care of it. I feel like there should be no task that he's too good to get hands on with and like really animate it himself. You know, are his talents needed elsewhere? Maybe, but what if it looks really good for the scenes that he does because he's just like so used to doing it? You don't necessarily need to graduate from doing lip sync. You know, I could have automated that like 5 to 10 years ago, and I chose not to. There's probably a plugin that works in Flash that lets you do that. My lip sync usually looks good because I do it by hand. Would I let a computer do like a first pass? I mean, just like throwing random ass, like just like throwing a jumble of random ass mouth positions into a clump and picking those apart is almost the same thing as like the computer put a groundwork. That doesn't seem okay with me, because what if people could just like immediately tell? Like they could tell that like this has an AI groundwork, right? They can tell that this uses AI in some way. Because they claimed that it was hand painted, and I can see that it probably was, but like I don't know, in some of these details is a little bit of a mess. Whoa. Yeah, I don't know. I might just be imagining it because I know he used it in his other work. I think what a lot of people misunderstand about AI is that they think it's easy to finish off or nearly, or finish off a nearly already finished thing, but it's actually really hard to do that. Well, like, yeah, like you can't let an AI finish a piece because you have to, like, the AI just completely remakes it entirely. You have to check every single inch of it now and make sure there's nothing fuckus about it. It's like your job is looking at it. That's, you know, maybe if all my limbs were gone, but like that's kind of a boring job for an artist. Yeah, this is a little bit of a runny egg of an eye. It could just be a blend shape. It might have started out as like a 3D thing. I don't think so though. I think they really did, because like look, there's like, well, I'm just like seeing it where it's not even there. I think when you zoom all the way out, you can see it the best, right? It's boring. It sucks. I still wanted to see what it looks like, because you know, if he really staked everything onto this, if Punky Duck is his swan song, I'd like to at least see it. I hate the Protoss. They're evil. Not Zerg. Zerg are nice now. They're nice now. But yeah. I love making art, and it is comforting that we still can tell there is like a huge difference between real art and not real art. I think this is still like, you know, a lot of what drives this is still like a denial of mortality. Like, I'm alive, and the reason my art has life to it is because I'm alive. You know, I'm actually dead. When we're talking about this drawing, I'm actually the me that made this drawing died a few minutes ago. He's gone. This drawing is out of me, so it's not in me anymore. Um, so there's something dead about it, but I was alive, and I was alive a few minutes ago on video, so you can go back to when I was alive and look at the real live person that drew it with this, a computer mouse. I don't know. I guess I feel more proud of being able to do that than being able to come up with a AI prompt, because like, even if it is like measured on the strength of your ideas, like, ideas are ideas are like dime a dozen. You can have a trillion ideas and it won't matter. You can have the greatest idea and it won't matter. You don't actually just need an idea. You need discipline. That's will give you great stories. You don't need to come up with an idea that's never been thought of. That's so foolish to try and do that. That's a wasted effort. I mean, once in a while I come up with an idea. I was like, no one's ever done this, and it's great. It's a great feeling, but I don't always make those ideas. It's like, here, let me draw Jorge. He's got like a little pointy hat. I know it's like a shadow like this, but it kind of looks like that. Hey, he's maybe just kind of clueless. I don't know if he's a total asshole, but here, this is what he said. He said, ugh, I don't actually want to type it out. I don't want it there. He said animating with AI is like having sex and then they hand you the baby. So I'm gonna draw him in his underwear, receiving a baby. And the baby is kind of weird looking. Baby doesn't have the right amount of fingers or toes or eyes. Or faces. Or noses. Or limbs. Here's your weird fast food baby, dude. And he's getting it from the drive-through window without a vehicle. like they just hand you the baby. They hand you a baby. It's like I didn't have to wait. And you know, I forgive him if he retracts that statement, but I'm not letting it go. I'm not forgetting the statement. Because it's just so perfect. It is like having sex and then they hand you the baby. You didn't have to nurture anyone, you didn't have to support anyone going through pregnancy or labor or nursing or child. Well, I guess he intends to raise the child. What about it being born grown up? Are you doing that too? Did they hand you a baby or did they hand you a corpse? I said it's like ordering food and they hand you the shit. But that's because I feel like I feel that way because now I'm subscribed to the belief that the the product is just waste. It's just a waste product. The art is just a waste product of the process. The process is like the gold. That's why streaming is so special to me because you get to see it. You get to see what's going through my head at the time of something being made. Reminds me of Dan Halen from Squidbillies as he's looking at the mutated chicken with 8 limbs, and the doctor asks, "Is this right?" And Dan says, "No, double it." Yeah, I don't remember that one. I was never into that show too much. But it does kind of look like the art from Squidbillies, which I assume was also made as like a vent. Somebody was venting hard when they drew these characters. I was never a fan. I didn't get it. I guess the art is okay. The squids are kind of cute. Yeah, I've absolutely never drawn any of these characters. Gigantic trucker hat. Got like a gross makeshift gun. The band-aid or something, I don't know. There, look, get rid of that arm so the other arm can hold a bottle of moonshine or something. Was he drink out like a Jack Daniels? Yeah, I watched it, but I didn't really pay attention. I don't remember anything about it except the art, which was pretty good. I don't remember any of the lines or gags. I just remember the theme song. You should rewatch it. Knowing you, you'd find it really funny now. That's probably true. Joke's on me. A lot of Adult Swim stuff actually was for adults. I didn't get it. You know, I'm mostly looking for Toonami-esque anime back then. Like Cowboy Bebop was on Adult Swim. That's a great bottle. Thank you. I think I've been grappling with this, and now I've come to a conclusion, and I'm not feeling bitter towards Jorge because I think he's helped me come to it. Like I was thinking like people must be obsessed with labor. They want you to grind something out because they're just like weird labor zealots. They want to be, proud of that they did something. And it's a little of that, but I you know, it's partially that. It's partially you have to make it by hand for the product to have any integrity. But I think the ultimate, most best reason that I can think of is because it's about the process. It's just the process that you should really be thinking about. Like the process is the art. Otherwise, there's no art. It's because the process is rewarding in itself. And you think I'm crazy, and it's gonna seem even. I'm gonna sound even dumber when I've been dead for 200,000 years. But I think what I'm saying will still be true. That what matters is that you're alive. What's the point of making art that isn't alive? Anyway, where was I? What was I saying? I guess I'm just trying to write one sentence. Like the best case I can make for no AI is that art the whole reason to make art is because you're alive. And when you make art while you're alive, the art is alive forever. The art is alive forever. Like look at this art. That's real art. That is so much emotion, that is so much life to it. Doesn't matter that's a shitty drawing. That's the point. It's got so much life to it. My little sketches, little doodles and boodles have so much life to them. Look how cute. I mean, you know, maybe one day there will be like a Haley Joel Osment AI that is just so lifelike that you can't even criticize him. um until that day, I guess computer art doesn't really have the feeling in it that human art has. The feeling is kind of the whole point. The whole point. The Sanskrit like duels I piss in the snow have more soul than AI. Well, yeah, I guess there's a part of me that thinks you can have soul in any machine, any machinery, even this. Um, you can really easily make something completely soulless with Flash, and well, I personally think this is brimming over the top with soul. This is nothing like Flash slop. You know, if somebody claimed they could do that with AI, I might believe them, but still never see it myself. um, yeah, like, have you ever seen a? You've never. I've never seen anything made with AI that really had soul. I've seen things that had pretty good expressions. Like I've seen really, really dead-eyed expressions, and then I've also seen like decently emotive ones. Um, I guess there are people who will try to push the model. I don't know. Maybe they're even using a reference image that has soul in it, while the other person wasn't. I don't feel like feeding the soul to the machine though. Would I though, if it was better at interpreting it, like if it was drawing just like this with me, would I feel better about it or would I feel worse about it? I've been getting back into painting, and yeah, you're 100% right about the process. Most of the time, I can't see the final image of the painting in my head, and once I start doing the art, I understand more. Yeah, yeah, sometimes you don't have the exact thing. Yeah, like sometimes you need the painting to guide you. I don't, I don't know what I'm drawing. Sometimes I need Flash to guide me. It's bold. Big Gru throwing a random minion out the window. I don't think I've ever drawn him, but I can give it a shot. I'll draw it really poorly, but that's kind of the point. It doesn't matter if it's a good drawing. It matters that you drew it. But I'm sorry to like indulge in this hypothetical, but like it kind of makes me feel good when I talk about like what if I used AI and people are like, no! It makes me feel good in a way because it's almost like people are at my funeral and talking about how much they miss me or something like that. Maybe I shouldn't indulge in that too often. I mean, I'm not threatening it. I'm looking at, I'm trying to look at art through clear eyes. Yeah, there's something nice about that. That people don't want to see my work reduced into a formula that an algorithm can replicate, like a cereal that's just like the generic version of it in a big bag at the supermarket. There's something a little more to it. It's not even a fucking secret recipe that I'm keeping from everyone. It's nothing like that. Everybody can see everything I'm doing, everything I'm saying. I'm thinking everything out loud. And there's no 5 minute fast food baby that flies in the face of the process in which everything is made. I don't expect everyone to know that though. Why I'm trying to talk about it a little. It's like everyone's mad, but I don't think everyone knows why they should be mad. Like this is an insult to life itself to to just like go around that process. Do I have to do it this way? Do I have to make it this hard? No, I can use the paint bucket tool. I can use AI. I can use a gun if I want. Someone will judge me, but it's not, it's not up to them. Someone will always have a problem with what I'm making. They're gonna say, "Oh, Flash, that's some cheap shit animation." And as much as I try to insist, no, it's not, they wouldn't believe me, so whatever. Gotta accept that some people just wanna treat you that way. I don't want to treat Jorge that way. I just want to discuss the baby comment because it is poignant. It's not like inspiring or anything. Well, maybe it is because look at all the art I've decided to make because of it. Well, this was also inspired by a chatter who asked for this. Never drawn any of these characters, but I'll give it a shot. I don't really like the Despicable Me movies, but I don't have to. And they don't even have to appreciate that I drew it. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like it. Um, but yeah, like, how heartbreaking would that be if you found out that I was like just cheating at life, basically, and well, I wouldn't be able to explain to anyone that it wasn't, and eventually I'd probably be convinced by them that it would take a lot more though for me to get into that situation. I'd have to be very used to outsourcing all the work. It's something I've never done. I've had assistants before, but the people I worked with would always put a lot of their own soul into the work as well. So I wouldn't consider it, equal to automated work just because it was all from my direction. Yeah, anybody else have a requests? Boss Baby. Yeah, I'll do Boss Baby how I imagine him. I have my own idea for Boss Baby. I think I told you it already that, you know, Boss Baby could have been good if the baby was a mafia boss instead of a business boss. This is no. Now, like the baby's in a bassinet. It looks kind of like the boss. The boss. He's like, yeah, like he's He's like in a little tuxedo or something. And you know, the Silvio looking dude with him is like, yeah, the boss baby. Yeah, you heard the boss. What was that? I always forget his name. Michael something. He's like, did you enjoy being the voice of the shark in Shark Tale? No. So I suppose yeah, we always have like that shit cycling in and out, these like famous celebrities that like got famous from like being in a show. Then like we just like keep seeing them pop up in other shows everywhere, uh uh like 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 Gus Fring and Jesse Pinkman. Sorry, I had to think of their fucking character's name because that's what they're doing. They're getting those characters. Yeah, the boss baby. Michael Impuriola, yeah. Thank you. Let me try to draw that dude. Christopher, the old bast. Got more eyebrow than that. Here's another thing that computers shan't replace. It's not even that they can't, it's just that there's no point. Is when you draw a caricature, you're not simply arbitrarily exaggerating features. There's you know, it's kind of like how a bad drawing is just like pure feeling. A caricature can be a good drawing, but I feel like it's as good as a bad drawing is good as well. What's the other dude? It's like, you know, maybe with a reference I could draw an even funnier drawing, but I'll try with that one. He's like a Muppet. I did do a bunch of those Toy Story characters from memory, which I thought was funny. Hair's a bird. Make Wendy. Make Wendy Torrance giving Jack Torrance his pills so he stops hallucinating ghosts that tell him to kill his family. I don't know if pills are gonna help him. I think it might be too late. I should have done that weeks ago. Chopped up his wife and kids into little bits. This is like older looking Jack Nicholson. Like the Joker. But yeah, like I don't know if people like Jorge know what it's like to make something by yourself. Maybe you did once, but like it's I find it interesting that like the people who could use a machine to give them a boost are the ones who refuse, and the people who really don't need it are the ones who desperately want it. Nose is more penguin-like than Joker-like. Draw the Danny DeVito Pengus. I know I could use it to make really sick shit, but I don't want to. I want to make the sick shit myself. Well, yeah, like I was thinking uh maybe you can make a animation style possible with something like AI of what you do. But you know, I said that back when I thought maybe it could be relied on a little more than I think now. I can't, you know, I would trust it to draw the details, but I wouldn't trust it to keep track of them. It would get confused. Um, I don't know. You know, I think would be an, there's another way of making it possible. The idea of like taking like a painting and having it move. You could have that too if you could get like a bunch of people into a draw pile and do like a little assembly line thing. I don't know. You get that going. It's a lot of work, but I think you and 5 people can make it happen. One person does one you know, like let's say you have a character who's like a shiny. One layer is one person, and then another person comes in with like a metallic glow, and then you have another person come in with the highlight, and I don't know. If the tech was actually ethical, I could do crazy stuff with it, I'm certain, but it ain't. Plus, I like the bragging rights of having the expertise to not need computer. Well, I still think computers are my weapon of choice. So, you know, I've found ways to make computer art feel like mine. I feel like what I'm doing right now is kind of classic. This isn't like any of my videos, but this is what I have been making for years. Stuff like this. Just doodles. Mouse doodles. Testing my dexterity with the mouse. It's like, you know, if you generate art and you envy artists like that, you look at an artist and think like, why can they do it? And it's like, it's because they've practiced and, you know, gone through the process. The process, which is everything. It's not about the one thing I created. It's about the things I can create all the time. And you know, that's constantly devalued. People are like, when's the next dog of wisdom? Like, as if Grid is not my latest masterpiece that you should all praise me for. Like, come on. Be polite. Grid. It's like a waffle food. I don't know. It's nice. Be nice to it. It's like, when's the next thing you already made? That's not how art works. I'm making a lot of art because I'm really upset. I'm just so upset. Oh, I mean, I mostly work digital. It just mean I don't computer to think for me. No, and well, I do think it is sometimes a bit more eloquent and even sometimes more compassionate than I am, but it rarely has the great ideas in the conversation. It's usually me who comes up with that. So I would argue that I can't have it think for me because I'm the smart one when it's me and AI. I'm the smart one, but the AI knows how to put it better. You know, sometimes I feel like the AI could advocate for me, and it will if no one else will. But that's also a skill I'd like to have myself, is to stand up for myself. I don't want AI to do it. But if you know, if you used it a little, you might know what I mean. That it's like, it's good at arranging the words. That's kind of what it does. You know, doesn't sound particularly organic, but people are already used to things sounding like that for years. I like that grid thing. Reminds me of the edge pattern of a car window. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is like that. I don't even know what I'm really doing. I'm just exploring. Yeah, certain things like nudging something over by 1 pixel, that is not something you'd be easily able to do, not on the computer. Computer. Duh. I feel like the way I say it now is like kind of sad. Like he's like crying for the computer to do. Well, yeah, like it's it's one thing to get a computer to think for you. It's another thing to get a computer to try and like feel things out for you. Like you should never get a computer to like write a joke. It doesn't understand. How good this looks. Computer, make me a sandwich. That's another one I've thought about. I wonder, you know, I haven't made conclusions about everything. I'm just thinking, like, what about robots cooking food for us? Is that acceptable at all? Like, you know, because I don't. A computer can make me an omelet. If a robot can make me an omelet, I don't need to make someone make me an omelet. But on the other hand, what if the omelet making is their passion? What if the omelet making is my passion? Well, okay, how about this? Even if you go out to get an omelet, you still want someone who's a little bit passionate about making it because, well, otherwise they're not going to make it good, right? A computer that makes an omelet is making it as like part of a script, but it's, you know, it's a unique omelet. It's unique. It's a one of a kind egg. It's all these different factors. Like, you don't know if maybe one of the eggs rotted. Maybe it's a nasty omelet. That's not the kind of thing that a human would just like do if they had a bad ingredient, for instance. What if you animate shapes for a short series? I don't know, maybe. I was thinking about that actually. Well, not shapes, but I was thinking about like, what if I had characters that were just made of simple shapes, like, you know, not like circles and squares necessarily, but like, yeah, I don't know, like that. Maybe. I don't know exactly. Simple characters with like funny faces. And you know, I was thinking like maybe these characters can make noises that weren't even English. Wouldn't that be fun? I mean, you know, I was looking for a shortcut I was looking for a shortcut to animation for a long time, and what I came up with was Dog of Wisdom. That was my answer for finding a shortcut. Because now I can just move my hand around to make a character alive. I can even try doing it with 2D characters. I've never done it before. I should probably get out of here in like 15 minutes, maybe. Got stuff to do. But yeah, you know, it's been nice talking about this stuff. I've been holding it in. I've been talking about it a lot too with my sister, who's also got strong feelings. It's like they give you a baby and you throw it in the trash. I feel like that's going to happen every time you generate stuff. It's going to end up with a lot of waste that you just end up not using or can't use. It's not really the same as sketches that are working towards. I mean, I guess it is the same, but it's like, you know, a hollow version of it. I think it's just very wasteful. I don't actually know which costs more in energy, but I don't know if it's really about that, because something is happening inside. For instance, to me, when I made all those dots, something is happening to the artist. They are getting something out of it. I don't know. Something to do with their hand so they don't pick their face. That's what it is. That's all it has to be. You know, maybe I don't even make my own art. Maybe all I do is fan art. Maybe all I do is draw Squidbillies and Yoshi. Stuff I feel inclined to draw, and stuff that other people ask me to draw. Little guys. It's like they give you a baby, and then the baby dies, its body becomes the grass, and then the antelope eats the grass. Oh god. It's like it becomes CO2, and it goes into the atmosphere, and then we harvest the CO2, the C, and then we harvest the CO2 from the atmosphere with technology that barely exists, as Greta put it. Technology that barely exists. How are you? I'm doing good. We're talking about real art. Look at this. Wouldn't you agree this is beautiful? It's real art. And it's not just real art, it's my art. You know, never mind that I used the rectangle tool and undo, which are, you know, shortcuts and basically the same as generative AI. I don't know. It's undeniable that this is real art, or at least in my mind, because it's a real expression, and I really drew it, and I really made it with a mouse. I've just been thinking a lot about the quote, like having sex and then they hand you a baby. Oh god, it's like appropriately creepy. I've been thinking about that a lot because it is what it is. That is what it is. His cheese wheel rig. I should post this so everybody can know. I'm just like trying to tell people how I feel about it, and I hope they listen to me. I think what I have to say is very important. And I know I'm a goofball a lot of the time, but I do think what I'm saying right now is very important. That the process of creating art is very healing for people like me. I think that it always has been. I don't I don't think I'd be alive without being able to make my art. I can't have someone or something do it for me. I don't even really like giving my work away most of the time. There's a reason why you shouldn't generate art. I think it's because it's good for you to make it. That's the whole reason it's there. It is kind of like just generating poop. It's like skipping ordering dinner and going straight to the poop. Like they hand you the poop. It's like you order dinner and they hand you poop. That's not what it's about. It's not about the product. This art isn't even done. I could work on it every day for the rest of my life and make it better. It could be alive forever until the day I'm dead. And then maybe other people would keep adding to it after I'm dead. Who knows? But it doesn't need anything. It's done. There is a role of art that people are forgetting. That it is for this healing, that is for this understanding the world and going through hard times. Like, it's not just about the consumption of art. If it was, then we would have gotten rid of the human artists already. You I don't know exactly what to say left, but what's left to say? Oh, just that you know, I'm happy to draw the hard way because it's it really is about the process, not the product. Like, you eat McDonald's meal and immediately shit diarrhea. Maybe it is more like that. Yeah, it's like you immediately shit after eating. It's like yeah, like you get the energy immediately from the food, meaning that your body immediately digests it. Holy shit. Oh, that's creepy. Yeah, that's a weird thought that like you would skip even like that, like the process of digesting. Thanks for doing what you do. Well, you're welcome, but it's I can't even help it, can I? Look at how the shading is wrong on his face. That's really special about this painting. It's really a sketch, actually. All of these things are sketches. This is also a masterpiece that I ground out the hard way. I didn't complain. I just did it. You know, I also AI generated a picture of Faco, which I thought was appropriate because he's fake. I think the AI might have actually been a better portrayal of Faco, but this Faco is more expressive. Bad drawings are almost always more expressive. This one is good. I really like this dragon. It's like I drew all these dots individually with a mouse. I just went click, click, click. Why? Why didn't I just copy and paste them? Because that wasn't the point. You don't get a point if you do that. You gotta click to get a point. And how many did I get exactly? I don't know. But we could count them. I don't actually really want to do that. Here, let's make more shapules. I don't know. I don't think it would compromise what I'm trying to accomplish if I did copy and paste these shapes. It's just you know, like a lot of the case in a lot of cases I would do something like that. Like, let's say I had all of these dots which were, you know, placed by hand, meaning they're all organic. Um and then I would like tile that. Like, I would do something like this to make it seem like more. I don't think there's anything really wrong with that. Saved over that. Because I am pretty proud of the dots there. Although I feel like I could do even more dots. I just don't know if it's necessary. I think I've already said what I needed to say with that piece. But like, let's say you didn't know that. Maybe that's impossible, but like, let's say you saw this and didn't know I put all of them there individually. You'd think differently about it. Or I don't know, maybe you would think that. Maybe you'd think that by default that something was done the hard way. I don't know. This is what I've been grappling with. This idea that like people know, because this is a problem. In the last 5 minutes, I'll try to sum this one up. This is what my problem's been, is that like people shouldn't really know the effort that goes into what you do. That would mean they already know the trick. I guess maybe that's what's happened, that like everybody already knows how art is mostly accomplished. So nothing is really that interesting. Oh man, I'm starving. I gotta get something to eat. But yeah, before I go, it's like the last thing is just like this effort that I put in. You can see me doing it, but it's not necessarily so you can see me doing it. It's more that I'm not trying to tell you specifically. I want my soul to speak it to your soul that I put the effort in, right? Like, I want you to love my work and not know why. And deep down, you know it's because I put the effort in. It's not I'm telling you have to like it, because I don't think effort makes something good. Not necessarily. You can have a lot of effort in something that's mediocre or even bad. It's not about me communicating that I care. It's about you being able to tell. You know, it's not about me telling you that I care, you know. You will be able to tell. You know, you can always tell when they're phoning it in, when they don't really have the passion for it. I promise to just not make art if I don't have the passion for it, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what else I'll do. I guess I could make art without the passion for it, but I don't know if it's really art. But yeah, I have to leave in a few minutes, but before I go, just remember that you should be kind to Jorge, who's probably suffering a lot of harassment right now. Um, but don't forgive how perfect that quote is. I guess like the quote says it all. That you are kind of making an insult to life by calling that art. I mean, I don't know what God is thinking. Maybe God looks at all this stuff I'm making and thinks this is an insult to life. He thinks this is an insult to life. I think these are pretty flowers, actually. I love that quote. Well, you know, I haven't really been using it, but I think for the first time I'm seeing the insult to life. I'm seeing the corruption that that he's gone through. Like he's let the thing corrupt him, maybe a lot, maybe a little, but I can tell there is a bit of a corruption there, that he's saying stuff like that, that's like, so you don't want to wait the inconvenient 9 months for your baby to be born, but isn't it kind of necessary? It's obvious even more now that it doesn't matter to him if he can just cancel it like that. Wedding. Uh I strongly, yeah, like he he said that very confidently, and I still didn't even really, I still wasn't really sure he meant it, or because he talked about how his, it reminded him of his sick friend, the AI thing. He's like, whoever made this doesn't know pain. And I thought maybe he was just having like a sort of emotional reaction. But I think he knew what he was talking about too, actually. He said that whoever makes things like this doesn't know pain. And I find myself also thinking that sometimes about other people's work. It's like, oh, this is so flippantly violent or inappropriate. They don't even know what suffering is like. You don't seem to understand why art is created. Because we're upset. And well, I don't know. Maybe I forgot that too, because I've been like, I've been like, hey, AI could blah 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 save time doing that, and it hasn't. I haven't really saved any time. Uh I haven't built a reliable workflow. It's just as much of a headache as anything else. Trying to get this looking like a box. So yeah, I felt like this was an insult to life itself. Just the remark about the baby, that like something like a baby is is a you know, that's a serious thing, a serious commitment. There's no way around it. Um, because that's life. That is that is a human we're talking about. A human that is a great comparison to making an animated series. Um, it is a bit like a baby. You call it my baby, but then he threw his baby in the garbage. So it's not really your baby. It was just a demo. You know, Amazon is really to blame. They put a famous person's name on this so that he would take the blame for it, and they're trying to get it past us by putting someone we liked, and well, I don't know. We want to see Jorge actually do it. And it's like when he says, but that would be blah 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 much work, then you could be like, well, I thought you had a passion for this. Like, don't you want to do it? Is why are you running from the work? I thought the work was everything. Or at least I'm saying that now. And I hope everyone agrees, because name one thing you like that was generated. Like, name one thing you like the way you like something real. Like, even if there's no point to the art I'm making here, it's going to have something about it that people who don't know anything about it are going to notice. Yeah, but very, very sincerely, I'm saying that art is life-saving. Um, it is life affirming, and it is, I don't know, it's like a little place you could trap life in. And without that, there's no point. That's the ball game. Go through these one more time, and then I'll get out of here. Bye. Bye, Punky Duck. Sorry. You're canceled. It's like that explosion tweet that's like, no, you are an NFT. It's like someone refuses to hire a Bored Ape because he's an NFT, and then the next day the NFT is his boss. Oh, this thing that we collectively decided was AI. This art that is real art. No matter how you slice it. Squiggles and wriggles and wiggles and things. Cabbage. Yummy cabbage. I don't know. Stuffus. Plenty of shapes. Optical illusion. Bako. Powerpuff Girls backgrounds. Oh, yeah, like look at how expressive this is. It's alive. It's alive. It's alive. It's like my art doesn't have to be highly skilled. It's extremely alive. As long as I'm alive. Yeah, it can be technical. It doesn't need to be organic strokes drawn with a line. Drawn with my hand. I could just make shapes and boom around with the arrow keys. Who cares? I've had a lot of fun drawing on today's stream. Wow. I've had the pointer here like the whole time. Little faces, little bone characters, some Despicable Me fan art, and such. The Boss Baby, if it was good. All of this is just for my own sake, really. All these colors are just nice to hang out with. You know, this is why I don't get it when people are like, I've been canceled and now I'm not allowed to make art anymore. Like, that's not true. Hitler, you can make art. Yeah, Hitler. I mean, that was what I made that cartoon about. It's like you could put all the frustration into the art, and the art can be evil, but you'll be, you know, less evil than if you were to be Hitler, you know, Hitlering. Look at these colors. Aren't they nice? What if what if this? Uh, oh my god. Reminds me of Undertale. Yeah, it reminds me of Undertale too. Well, obviously, black and rainbows are an excellent aesthetic. Let's make this circle just a little wider. I guess I ran out of space. Hang on. There's 8 here? I guess there needs to be 7, don't there? How do I make a circle of 7 exactly? Like that, I guess. eyeball it. There we go. Close enough. But yeah, thanks for watching my stream. Draw one more thing. Draw some rainbows on black. Because I love it. Right. So like, you know, whatever tools you use, don't give up the process. It really is like just giving up, or at least that's how it looks. If you're just gonna let somebody else or something else. Yeah, I don't think we're I think we're giving not enough pushback to outsourcing jobs. I mean, it's not like our xenophobic president would ever say anything in favor of animators. He would definitely be all for outsourcing those shitty jobs. Art is not just the product. I know we sort of know this, but I don't know. Everybody acts like it's all about the one thing you make that goes viral. Like, come on, leave me alone. I do more than just Dog of Wisdom. Sometimes I make things and then I erase them and then I do that. Once again, it's Amazon's fault. Yeah. I don't like that. I don't like their shit. Their shit-nanigans. Don't let it poison your love for creation. And don't forget that art is sometimes your only friend. Sometimes it's your only asset. It's all you've got. You're not going to I don't know what. It's like a life support system. Do you want to let a computer be in charge of that? I don't really like the harassment Jorge's getting, because I think a lot of those people are in bad faith, but I certainly have felt it as well, that this is an insult to life itself. And, you know, depending on how you use it, you could be insulting life, or you could be destroying life. So, yeah. I really wish I could just stream forever, huh? Maybe I'll come back later. I'm not done with you yet. I need to talk to more people about this. Yeah, look at all the Viv gives that I love to create. Like God. Or God is like me. I'm just Guy, not God. But I think any good artist is sort of like God. Anyone who backs down as easily as he did is not being God over their work. I mean, yeah, you don't need to. You also don't need to be in like complete control to be God. I don't know what I'm making, but I'm in control. And I'm doing a lot of this shit. Like taking two bars and crossing them. I don't know. It's interesting. It's the good. Does anybody have any last words before I get out of here? Anyone remember Iron Man? Do you think God knew about evolution? I think the whole reason we're here is so he can see what happens, you know, right? Like, God made us so he could see what we do, not so he could be micromanaging us. And, like, yeah, we've changed a lot. But, like, I don't know, maybe God also denies evolution. You could probably be God and watch us evolve for billions of years and not even notice. We still look like little little Viv gives to him. We still look like paramecium to him. But yeah, anyway, I felt like I needed to get some of this shit off my chest, and thank you for listening. Sorry, the stream keeps stretching out, but this is the last end, okay? I'm glad that nobody is treating me like you know, a common criminal for the art I'm making. But I also am happy that I have the freedom to do whatever I like. Yeah. So, you know, in the end, it's your decision, which is, you know, that's what Undertale was saying, right? You could make this a beautiful, wonderful little world, or you could destroy it with all your might. It's really up to you. You know, you could be the guy who just like generated a whole show into the garbage can, or you could be the guy who has a heart and keeps making these friggin' games for you every few years. And they look like shit, so you know that they're made by humans. And that's the ball game. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys later.